Mic check.
All right, great. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Thursday, January 5th, 2023. I gotta keep saying the year so I get used to it. Board of Forestry, hybrid public meeting. Again, for the record, I'm Jim Kelly, Chair of the State Board of Forestry. Today, work sessions will be streamed live to YouTube. To make sure our viewers online can follow along with our virtual proceedings, I'll go over some meeting best practices. Everyone participating in the virtual and physical meeting room, please silence your cell phones as I am doing right now and try to limit background noises. For online participants, remember to mute yourself when you are not speaking and disable your video when not engaging on a topic. We ask everyone participating to state their names using the available microphones so that those listening online can track our commentary. If you experience technical issues in the virtual meeting room, use the chat function in Zoom to connect with our ODF host during this event. For those viewing the live stream and present in this room, today will be a bit different from the format of our regular board business meetings. This space and time are reserved for the board and department leadership to discuss the revision of the forestry program for Oregon and organizational governance. So we may be moving around the room, standing and working collaboratively in order to engage in this work. For any presentations, I ask board members with clarifying questions to merely raise your hand or speak up and I'll call on you. Facilitators and presenters, we will do our best to ask questions one at a time. With that, any questions? In that case, I will perform a roll call to confirm board attendance for the record. Excuse me. Liz, what?
Chair Kelly, I am here.
Carla Chambers,
Here.
Ben Doimling,
Here.
Chandra Ferrari,
Here.
Joe Justice,
Here.
Brenda McComb,
Here.
and myself, Jim Kelly. Moving on, let's welcome back our facilitator from Portland State University National Policy Consensus Center and Oregon Consensus Program, Robin Harkless. Go ahead, Robin.
Oh, thank you, Chair Kelly and members of the board. Nice to see you all, executive team leadership. My name is Robin Harkless. I'm with the National Policy Consensus.
Robin, I think you need to get the
Oh.
microphone a little closer.
Is that better?
A little bit.
A little bit? Okay. I usually don't have a problem projecting, but maybe it's the room. I'm not sure.
It is. Yesterday, we were having the same thing. I think people on that side were coming through.
Okay. I'll try to keep my voice up. Nice to see you all again. Again, just for the record, my name is Robin Harkless. I'm with the National Policy Consensus Center and our Oregon Consensus Program, and have been invited in to work with the board and members of the executive team to help you think through and develop your forestry plan for Oregon update. So if you recall, we started this conversation in earnest at your October board retreat. And at that time, I think prior to that, a subcommittee was formed of board members and executive team leaders. And so I just want to acknowledge the subcommittee, Ben, Brenda, and Joe, Ryan, and newly added Mike Wilson has joined the subcommittee. And we've had a lot of support from additional Oregon Department of Forestry staff, Hillary, John, and Danny. You'll hear from a few of them today during the discussion. So the subcommittee purpose, just to remind you all, is to do it's a collaborative work forum for the board and agency leadership to advance efforts to jointly develop a modern forestry program for Oregon. And the subcommittee has agreed to serve until completion of the FPFO, which is targeted for the end of this calendar year in December. So we'll be working diligently through that kind of focused steering body, and then bringing sort of iterations of product back to the official board meetings for you all to talk through and to kind of put the final touches on. So at the retreat in October, one of the things I just wanted to kind of remind and recap for all of us is that there were some really rich discussions around, you know, kind of agreeing on some of the baseline principles behind the FPFO, which is taking a high level approach to use the climate smart forestry lens, an all lands approach, reimagining the FPFO. It's been some time since it's been updated, and working in partnership between the board and the department leadership to co-create a plan that will be both reflective of Oregonians' values as well as operational for the department. So at that session, you collaboratively developed a joint vision statement that you all agreed was a good starting place, good working vision to guide the effort. And you began a very rich conversation about values. And so stay tuned for more on that piece in a little while. But that's really sort of the launch and what you accomplished at the last time you were together on this. Today, the subcommittee has done preliminary work to advance the FPFO, including input on a draft template that you'll be hearing about today, providing guidance on community engagement efforts, part of which you'll actually hear a little bit from in our next speaker, but there's a little bit more community engagement work that'll happen that'll be trying to respond to questions you asked of yourselves of, are we reflecting, do we know and are reflecting the values of Oregonians out there? And then getting clear and aligned on a partnership between the board and department leadership in this work that has been playing out in action through the subcommittee. So I just want to really commend and acknowledge that that collaboration has been happening through that subcommittee. And that group also helped develop today's board meeting agenda for the FPFO. So kudos and thank you for the work that you've done so far. We'll put up at the end of this segment the schedule and calendar for the subcommittee meetings, because those will be open to the public and folks are more than welcome to listen in on those. And we'll be producing summary notes and people can track along as they wish. So that's kind of setting up for today. We'll be hearing in a moment from Adam Davis on the Oregon Values and Beliefs Center presentation on Oregon Forest Management Survey. So this is something that was shared with folks in advance, and Adam's here. Thank you for being here to talk a little bit about that. This is a piece of values of Oregonians. This will inform some of the work that you're doing through the FPFO. We'll also review the FPFO template, kind of get an overview from Danny and talk through that and get some feedback from the board and other members of the executive team, just to make sure that it's being organized in the right way and that the content that will be populated is the right content that will be populated. So the subcommittee is really interested in getting some feedback on that so they can take their next step. And then finally, you know, Ryan and I will be able to talk a little bit about some additional efforts for community engagement and also for talking about some of the intersections between the FPFO and other strategic work that's happening within the agency. So looking forward to hearing a little bit about that as well. And we'll be wrapped up with this segment by 11 and we'll take a break in between. So don't worry, we'll take a break before 11. So just before I turn it over to Adam, are there any additional reflections from the subcommittee that you'd like to offer that I may have missed, or nuances that you want to share out?
I do.
Yes, go ahead, Liz.
Oh, okay. So thank you, Robin, for going over that, because we were given the books on governance. And I wanted to make sure that I'm framing it right, because what I'm understanding now is that really what we're doing is a combination, and your role is going to be a combination of facilitation on the FPFO and through a lens of governance. Is that what I'm understanding? And perhaps that is because we really are trying to step out in something a little different than what we do as a board and engage ODF in a more full way. Is that, I'm just trying to get my sense around how I should be looking at the governance, because that's not the outcome. The outcome is the FPFO done in a way that's more collaborative. Is that, is that
Brian's gonna have
right?
to speak to the governance.
Oh,
part.
okay.
Yeah, so apologies, once again, for the record, Ryan Gordon, Planning Branch Director with ODF. Apologies for some of the confusion there. We've got two parallel processes going on, and that we're tackling today as well with this time. So we've got the strategic planning work, and then parallel but separate is the development of a board policy manual and board governance. And we're working with Clark Seeley on that effort. And the books that we handed out are actually intended to help support that conversation, which will be this afternoon, or well, sorry, for the third of the day, from 11 to 12:30. So hopefully that helps to clarify.
Okay, great. Thanks. I want to make sure I'm just tracking everything.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. And then Brenda, you had.
Yeah, just a comment, and that is that we heard from Nathan and Ryan yesterday regarding the resiliency work that's going on in parallel. It seems like there are a lot of parallel things going on, Ryan. And I think it would be helpful as we go through the morning to think about how those things might come together in a more efficient and logical manner.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Adam, and welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rusty here in Salem. I passed right by state submission and got all screwed up. So I'm here on time, and I appreciate this opportunity to present to you some work we did about attitudes regarding Oregon's forests. So I'd like to load this PowerPoint here, and we're doing that right now, right, Heather? Okay. There it is. A new mic. Okay. I don't want to be too loud here. So Robin wanted me to begin by telling you a little bit about the Oregon Values and Beliefs Center. We're an independent, nonpartisan nonprofit. My wife and I founded it a couple of years ago to do several things. One, to continue the values and beliefs work I had been doing when I was a founding partner in Davis, Hibbets, and Mitchell. And for over 40 years, I've traveled across the state of Oregon, asking people questions to inform planners and policymakers related to important issues, public policy issues. That was my focus, was values and beliefs work. Some of you may remember the values and beliefs studies that were done starting back in 1992, and in-depth studies were conducted on a regular basis with major benchmark work done in 2002 and 2013. Values and beliefs work is in my DNA, and I just couldn't say goodbye to it when I retired. And I said, I want to continue doing this. I want to give voice to Oregonians on very important issues. We're at a crossroads, in my opinion, in this state, and we've got to really understand how people are feeling about things and why they're feeling that way in an independent, nonpartisan way. So That is what OVBC is all about, continuing that values and beliefs work, giving voice to populations that are just not heard from in a lot of the opinion research that is being conducted, because that opinion research uses samples of likely voters. And what do we know about likely voters? Higher educated, higher income, older, whiter. And it's important to hear from a true cross-section of Oregonians, and that's what Oregon Values and Beliefs Center is working hard at assuring. Also, we're about showing the common ground that we can stand on as Oregonians. There are a lot of things that divide us. A lot of you spend a lot of time on those divides. I know the media does. And saying that, please recognize, and sometimes we all need to be reminded about this, that there are many things, regardless of where you live in Oregon, what your age is, what your education level is, what your income level is, we agree on. And it's important for the OVBC to keep shining a light on that common ground so we can bridge these divides that we have in this state. So that's a little about OVBC. I've done a lot of work dealing with forest values and beliefs, from working with the U.S. Forest Service on many projects, national work, working up in Canada, a lot of forest work up in Alaska, a lot of studies on the Tongass, and then down here in Oregon, a lot of values and beliefs work. And what we really wanted to do with this research was to look at state forest management, forest practices, wildfires, and involvement in communications. Ask Oregonians some questions about those 4 topics, find out where their heads are at and why they're feeling the way they are. And to give you an idea, Robin asked me, well, has this been done before? It sure has been done before. And the department has been at the table on a lot of these studies over the years. They're probably buried in the archives, but they're there. And they offer an opportunity to see if things have changed over the years. When I say this is a partial listing, these are, I would characterize years when more in-depth studies were done on values and beliefs. In the survey business, we call piggyback surveys. Yeah, there've been tons of surveys where you throw on a couple of questions about forest management or forest practices, but these were in-depth studies. And I would be more than happy to provide the board and the department this work if you do not have it. To review the methodology of this research, any of you who are familiar with opinion research will look at that 1,554 and say, that is a good sample size. That sample size allows us to kind of look at subgroups and learn how different subgroups may vary from what the total numbers are for all residents 18 plus in Oregon. The survey took about 15 minutes to complete. It was recently completed. This is very important. I'll tell you, like so many industries, the opinion research industry has changed significantly. And the way research is done these days for a variety of reasons is to use the online methodology and using panels of people that have been recruited to be available to take surveys. They're online panels. So a research firm will usually reach out to panel companies and say, I need 50% women, I need 50% men, I need about 43% to come from the metro area in the state, and I need around 30% plus of 18 to 34-year-olds. And they they reach out to people in their panels to administer an online survey, which that firm designed. That firm gets the data back. That firm then analyzes it and reports it. What the Oregon Values and Beliefs Center is about is building a panel for Oregon. Most of this research is being done by panels that are built and maintained by private sector companies. They're good companies, but what we don't have access to as Oregonians are those respondents. They protect those respondents. That's their asset. So they don't want to let me reach out to them maybe with a follow-up question or to invite them to participate in a follow-up focus group because they don't want me to poach their panel members because it's a very involved process and an expensive process to build these panels. So what OVBC has done is invest in its own panel platform and rewards program. And we have one of the few public, I want people to think of it as an asset for the state of Oregon. Oregonians that are being recruited to be representative of the entire state, available to help folks like the Board of Forestry do their work by letting them know what's on their minds, letting them know what their values and beliefs are relative to these issues that are important to the future of Oregon. What we do to assure representativeness is to use two techniques. One is quotas and one is weighting. But we want to make sure we're not skewed relative to age and gender and area of the state and education. There's a margin of error attached with the work that varies by what the percentages are of the responses to any particular question. And one thing I want to mention is this is the first time, and I think it's so cool, is that we really worked on knowledge level, awareness and knowledge. Most surveys just stop with don't know, right? It's you strongly agree, you somewhat agree, you somewhat disagree, you strongly disagree, or you don't know. For this survey, first time it's been done relative to any topic, so I'm really jazzed about this because I want to use it more often, is that we gave people an opportunity to say, I don't know enough about this to have an opinion, versus I know about this, but am undecided. See, there's where we were, I think, missing important information for a long time. And there is a distinction there. Do y'all see it? It is something that I think is important to know, especially for education purposes and communications purposes, is to know where we stand today relative to people feeling that they just, don't have enough information, or that they really are undecided. I want to refer all of you, because I'm just going to touch on the highlights this morning, that in your packets, I believe you have a highlights memo, annotated questionnaire. You don't have the crosstabs, but the crosstabs, I believe you don't have the crosstabs. So the crosstabs are very important because the crosstabs will allow you to see what the subgroup variations are in the data. Is that true? Do y'all have that annotated questionnaire and the highlights memo? Okay. I'm going to touch on some of the key findings. So again, real quickly on the representativeness, I know there were some questions about, well, Adam, how well did you do reaching folks outside of the Portland area? Well, this just gives you a bit of a sense that this sample is pretty representative of the state of Oregon relative to 3 of these demographic variables up there. I want to start with state forest management and just give you a sense for how people feel about our forest. We asked them about benefits. And if you count those, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different benefits. We rotate them all the time. So there's no one benefit that always goes first. They all have an equal chance of going first or being last. Now, what are the takeaways from this? They're all important to Oregonians. There are a majority of people saying that they are somewhat or very important. But at the very top, you'll see a tier. That's what I call these. There's a first tier that consists of those items that were rated by 88% of Oregonians or more as somewhat or very important. These are habitat for fish, clean, cool water for fish, drinking water for nearby communities. And then you have maybe what we would call a second tier in the 70s, opportunities to hunt, fish, and camp, and beauty. And then again, the final tier would be the bottom 4. You could look at carbon storage and jobs in rural communities as a third tier, and economic support for rural communities and lumber for construction as a fourth tier. But overall, again, these are all important for Oregonians. And I'll tell you this, we've been seeing this for quite a while now, okay? Oregonians really do want a balanced approach to forest management, but there is a heightened concern about environmental quality, especially the importance of water. And some of you I know have been in forest management for a long time. Probably not a surprise to you that water is really up there at the top of the list. And I just remember particular headlines in papers where I said, oh boy, that's going to impact public opinion about what's going on. And if it deals with something about water, it'll catch the public's attention. We presented, just broadly speaking, 5 forest management priorities. And look again, water, we asked them to rank them. So which is second or most important? Look at really in a tier by itself as water quality, followed by habitat to conserve biodiversity, then carbon sequestration and storage, economics, and recreation. So this is a harder exercise because before they could use a scale and they were able to tell you, everything is important, somewhat or very important. Here you had to choose. So it's what we call triangulation in opinion research. You want to get to this sense of priorities or importance using more than one question, a different language, and different questionnaire techniques. So this is a ranking exercise. Forest management job performance. We asked people if they felt the forests were being managed well. And these are the percentages of people that said, yes, Oregon's forests are being managed well. Lean, yes, and definitely yes. And what do you see there? You see less than 50% of the people saying, yes, they feel that Oregon's forests are being managed well. Now, this is where it's really good to have asked that don't know question, because I'm sure you're all thinking, well, Adam, what do they know? And so we now have that information. And by the way, in the highlights memo and in the annotated questionnaire, we asked the same question for federal forests and for private forests. Okay. But on state forests, we had this 39% saying yes, they're managed well. I kind of either feel, yeah, or yeah, I definitely feel that way. Okay, it's 39. No is 37. So pretty close, pretty much, a difference there. That's about the same. Don't know, I don't know enough to have an opinion is at 21%. 21%. And then only 2% are truly undecided. They know enough, but they're undecided. So that's a good one to kind of keep an eye on moving forward. Because you're taking some, you're really looking hard at management. You're coming up with a new plan. You're looking at how things are organized, how things are administered. I think this represents some good baseline information for you. Oh, the no on the private is higher at 29%. Yeah, almost a third getting up there on private. But federal and state, 22 and 21. 22 for feds and 21 for state. This is a question about the perceptions of logging. We asked this question, do you think trees and forests owned by the state of Oregon? So we were kind of really zeroing in on this. What do you think relative to harvesting? Should they be harvested less often? They're already harvested about the right amount, more often, and take a look again at that high 25% number there, which is a good number to keep an eye on. So some key findings, I've mentioned the balance that Oregonians want with this real concern about water. Climate change is something that, man, I've been watching that issue having an impact on values and beliefs on so many issues. Forest management is just one of them, but this climate change concern was just seen throughout this survey. Less than a majority of Oregonians believe forests are well managed. And I noted that this may be a decline since that 2019 study. And from what I've learned qualitatively, a lot of that relates to the impact that wildfires have had. So they move from that to feeling that, geez, I read about these dense forests, it's just a tinderbox out there, all those kinds of concerns. So some people are left saying, well, maybe it's a management issue and they could be doing better. I shared some subgroup variations down there, but again, in the highlights memo and in the tabs, we've got all those covered for you. On forest practices, very quickly, we went through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different forest practices. Okay. And we asked people, again, using a scale. This time 5 was very acceptable and 4 was somewhat acceptable. Take a look at, again, what people feel is most acceptable. Tree plantations planted after clear cutting. Retain some trees in each stand, more than one rotation. Mixed species of trees. We're getting there.
Apologies for the technical delays. We'll get it remedied quickly.
So yes, mixed species is something that they find acceptable. Again, also above 50% prescribed burning. I wanted to point that out because it could be lost in this list. And we have an entire topic or section related to wildfire. Thinning to reduce fuels, keeping the largest trees at 62. So isn't that interesting? 62, 62, 62 there. And then dropping off to stand rotations, ground spraying of herbicides and aerial spraying of herbicides. Now, I have to say, again, this is where it's very valuable to know the don't knows, right? The nature of the don't knows on this. Because as those numbers drop there, we had a lot of people opting out and saying, I just don't know enough to have an opinion on. Yeah.
Let's try it.
Okay.
I think the biggest problem is the location of the speaker. Not sure what we want to do. I know we tried this yesterday.
Okay.
It tends to be, I think it's this seat in particular. I think if you scoot it over a couple, that actually might work a little better.
Okay.
Again,
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm picking up interference. No problem. Yeah, Joe. You want to know what the don't know on aerial spraying is? Yeah, hold on one second. We're getting there, everyone.
I think we'll try that one on.
Okay. Geez, we're get closer to Joe here. Okay. We'll just go one-on-one. Okay, and I got the notice from my eye doctor that I'm due for an appointment here. So let's see how I do with this distance here. Okay, now this doesn't work. Can someone hit the slides for me and I'll just take it from there? Perfect. This is an interesting question. And I think there's a lot there. As trees grow, they take in carbon dioxide and release oxygen. The storing it in as carbon in their trunks, branches, leaves, and roots. This process keeps carbon from being released into the atmosphere, therefore mitigating climate change. Considering this information, how much would you oppose or support the two options before? I can tell you this question has never been asked before. Absolutely, you can nitpick the introduction, but you eventually had to settle on something. So we wanted to just define this carbon storage concept for people and then ask a tough question. When you start talking about public dollars, where do they go? They think taxes. And look at that 53% money used to help small private landowners log their trees less often in order to store more carbon in their forests versus money used to help large industrial landowners log their trees less often in order to store more carbon in their forests. So some of the takeaways for me in fact, let me share with you the don't knows on this one too. I think it's important for you to know what the don't knows are on questions 3 and 4. 16% for small private landowners and 3 are truly undecided. So that's 1 out of 5 Oregonians there. And the same thing for large industrial landowners, 1 out of 5. And the other thing I would point out here is you could look at that support at 53%, but look at the strong versus the somewhat. So keep that in mind too. Was I surprised by this finding? Not too much, considering we were asking about public dollars for something like this. Okay, next slide. Yeah.
Apologies to interrupt, but I think we're gonna try to take a break and set the system so we can fix all the tech problems.
Okay, perfect. Can I finish this slide and then we'll
Sure,
do
that'd be
it?
great.
Okay. We're gonna take a little break, everyone. So key findings relative, they really, you saw the support for different forest practices, the ones that you're involved with. This is a finding there where we had 4 in 10 residents believe that generally there's too much logging in Oregon forests. That's 4 in 10. Take that slowly. Believe that generally there's too much logging in Oregon's forests. And we really started the survey off before we sensitized them with the question. I'm going to read you that question. To begin with, what is your gut feeling? Do you believe forests in Oregon are generally logged way too often, somewhat too often, about the right amount, not quite often enough, or definitely not often enough? And you see that 14 and 29 being too often. That gets you up there at 4 in 10. But we had 35% saying about the right amount, 14% not quite often enough, and 8% definitely not enough. And for that question, we wanted a gut reaction, so we didn't give them the option of don't know. Either don't know. That was a gut reaction. Where are you? We're going to be starting off with this key question. But then remember what we learned about when you tell them, ask them about forests owned by the state of Oregon. Fewer believe there is too much logging in forests owned by the state of Oregon. That's about 1 in 4. 1 in 5 believe these forests are already harvested about the right amount, and another 1 in 5 feel they don't have enough information about the topic to have an opinion. So for that one, we did add the don't know to help all of you with this work. And with that, we'll take a quick break.
Yeah, so for the public joining online, we're going to take about a 15-minute break to reset the technology here in the room and try to address some of the technical issues we're experiencing with sound, et cetera. That may mean that the live feed shuts down and restarts. So that means that if you're joining us on YouTube, you may have to rejoin the meeting once you see that live stream is back up. So we apologize for that, and we'll get going again as quickly as we can.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. All right, we're back at it. I'll turn it over to Robin and Ryan.
All right, so yeah, we are back. We've had an opportunity to try to evaluate the equipment and make some adjustments to hopefully improve the audio. I will just make a note for the board and everyone following us that we are actively working on an evaluation of the equipment in this room with the objective of investing in some upgrades to hopefully avoid issues like this in the future. So appreciate everybody's patience. And we will rejoin our presentation here momentarily. I think Adam is just joining us. We'll pick up where we left off.
Absolutely. We're getting there, everyone. Just 2 more sections here of the PowerPoint here. So we're setting that up. We're going to take a look at wildfires quickly. So yeah, there we go. So another one of these questions where we wanted to give some grounding to, can we advance it to the next slide? I don't have the clicker. There we go. Will that work? Okay, good. Excellent. So if we can move that little picture maybe down a little bit so we can read this together. At the top and drag it, should be able to drag it. I'll read it to everyone. Around Labor Day 2020, we had a major wind event in Oregon that caused multiple fires to quickly become infernos that burned through forests, fields, and communities with significant loss of life and property. We had a similar wind event in 2022, but escaped major damage and loss of life. Do you oppose or support the following measures when the fire risk is deemed to be at the top end of extreme due to forest conditions and a predicted wind event? So again, we asked about 3 particular measures ranging from intentionally planned power outages to closing highways to closing campgrounds in certain areas to recreational activities. Remember again what it would take to do these things per what I just read. And you can see that we have a majority of Oregonians that somewhat or strongly oppose each of these. And again, I would refer you to the highlights memo and the tabs for subgroup variations. But as I mentioned before, what Oregonians across the state of Oregon have experienced relative to wildfires in the last half a dozen years particularly has really affected their attitudes about forest management and things to do to lessen the risk of wildfires. You saw before the support for prescribed burns. We're going to take a look at something else here at 53%. This was triangulated. Prescribed burning of adjacent forests at 53%, feeling that it's either somewhat or very effective, 58% thinning of adjacent trees. And look at this jump up to 71% for home hardening and 78% for landscape work. And the question was, well, what do you think about the effectiveness of the following methods for protecting the homes and people who live near forests from burning in a wildfire? So people say they are willing to do some of these things. They support prescribed burns to mitigate wildfires and their impacts, but I have to say, if you go back to that slide, unlike the ones up above where you see a stronger, very effective, you do have more tepid support for something like prescribed burning of adjacent forests at 26 and 26. And some pretty strong support for using such things as fire resistant materials for building homes in high risk areas. I'm going to conclude, then we can kind of open it up to discussion. I'll hand it back to Robin. This was really heartening for me. I was involved for 10 years with the Chalkboard Project on education reform. And I hadn't asked a question like this in a long time. But we asked people how interested would they be in learning more about forests in Oregon. And we had 40% of the people. Remember, one great thing about online research is you reduce the chance of social desirability because you don't have a telephone interviewer on the other end that you don't want to risk offending. So this is someone actually saying, yeah, I'd love to learn more. And heartening is younger people, 18 to 44, and urban residents, all more likely to have higher numbers than 40% with regards to wanting to learn more about forests in Oregon. And then this is the question I haven't asked in a long time. And that was, are you open to engaging more directly through committees on forest policy in Oregon? And 1 in 3 folks said yes, which is about the same that we had for education reform over 10 years ago. So again, this is an issue that is important to Oregonians. They really connect with. And the real test is when you ask them for their contact information, their name, their address, email address. And I know a big part of where you're all going is engagement, involvement. And we've got over 300 folks that we have contact information for. And what we'll do with this information, again, because of OVBC, part of its mission is we get back to all our respondents with a summary of the results, and we'll give them another chance to weigh in on whether they would like to participate in, receive more information or possibly engage in the way that's described here. So that kind of wraps it up. Sorry for the technical difficulties and taking much more time than I thought I would take, but Raman, I'll hand it back to you and we could take it from there.
Thanks so much, Adam.
Sure.
Yeah, so we wanted to make time for board members to kind of reflect on what takeaways came up for you, any surprises, any questions that you might have for Adam. We'll get to the next steps kind of communication engagement piece that Adam kind of rounded out with. We'll have some more conversation about that later. But for now, just sort of on the findings themselves, you know, what's sitting with you as you kind of heard this overview and had a chance to look at the executive summary and the findings. So we'll just kind of open it up. And then, of course, while you have Adam, if you have more questions for him about methodology or findings, of course, this is a great time for you to engage. So Liz, and then Brenda.
Yesterday, we had a conversation about panels, and one of the comments was the opportunity to cross discuss and the value of doing that with different pieces of thoughts about that. So that I thought that was interesting. So when I looked at some of the, I think it was the first group of questions that you had, say on habitat, which I think is really important. Is there, oh gosh, I'm trying to think. is there a way to determine if the person that said, yes, I really want healthy habitats, resilient habitats, forests and landscapes, connects back to the fact that the questions on climate change and the likelihood that those habitats will change with climate change, and then connects back to perhaps the need for some of the treatments that they rated. How do you, or is it just, are these sort of just standalone pieces that we should, as readers and observers of that, put together ourselves? Is there any help there?
That's a great question. The tabs that you've been provided are basically the demographic questions by the responses to each of the policy and planning questions we asked. Absolutely, what we could do is take a look at how they feel about climate change and do a crosstab by that question versus, say, habitat or something like that, to basically glean more information about what may be going on there. So that is an option. As you go through it, I invite any of you to say, besides knowing if men and women or young people and older people and urban versus rural, I wonder the impact that people who strongly agree about climate change having an impact on things, did those people feel stronger about X, Y, or Z? And we can do that for you. So I would encourage all of you, if those kinds of questions come to mind, let Robin know, and we can run those tabs for you just like that.
Okay, then secondly, I think it's a methodology question.
Yes.
Because everything is online, and I heard you talk about, some of the the downfalls of doing it person to person. I look at myself and I can't even get on my computer anyway. So are we in a way biasing because we put everything online to those people in that demographic that are demographic and urban location? Or do you think there is no bias there?
Oh, there's every methodology has biases to it. I lived through the golden age of telephone research, and that is, put a fork in it. There's just no way you can do valid and statistically reliable research using the phone only. Because of how things have changed, right? The online panels really are a big part of the way research is being done. And there are steps taken to build them in such a way that they are representative. And one of the major ways you do that is by establishing rewards programs. I can guarantee you there are some people who would not have taken that survey unless they had an opportunity to earn some points so they could get a cash card to use for the holidays or for any other reason, or to donate to a nonprofit. We give people a chance to donate their points to a nonprofit as well. But one of the things to keep in mind, because you hear the term random samples, and is it a true random sample? In having been in the trenches of opinion research for as long as I have, I can truly say to my professors that there's no such thing as a pure random sample survey being done, that's possible, because every survey, when you think about it, everyone, is an opt-in. Okay, I can call them by phone. I can knock on their door, which I started going door to door even before telephone. They have a choice to ignore the link and not take an online survey. But the thing is opt-in. So for 40 years, I conducted focus groups. I could not even come close to a representative sample of 8 to 12 people around a table unless I gave them $100 to show up that night with some free food and some beverages. And I felt fortunate that I was asking about issues I felt they would find interesting to talk about versus underarm deodorants and toothpastes and what meals taste better than others and that kind of stuff. So Liz, it's a good question. We do the best we can by setting quotas and doing statistical weighting. I often am asked, well, Adam, how did the people in your panel who did answer the survey feel? Well, that's like asking me, how did any other population feel about these issues? And so I would say, look at their demographics, look at their psychographics, which are lifestyles, and say, okay, what did the survey show for those people? It's more than likely that that's how those people would respond. So a young woman who did not respond would very likely have the same kind of values and beliefs related to someone who did respond.
And the reason I asked that was just because you had mentioned that you were trying to get to those less representative groups. And then that's why I had a concern about the online piece, because, you know, some of those communities just are not as familiar. And so and I knew you tried to reach out to that. So that was my basis of my question.
Liz, I hope someday that we would have the resources of a Pew Research Center, which I kind of modeled OVBC after. But you know, they've got an endowment in the tens of millions of dollars. But it really, you have to really work it hard to find those underrepresented groups. And we're working real hard at doing that, recruiting those people. It is a challenge. And but we're determined to see it through.
Adam, thanks for the presentation. That was really, really interesting. You've been doing this for a long time, clearly from the timeline that you put up. I'd love to hear from you what your assessment is of the gap between the values that you see in your results and the policies and actions of the agency. Where are we meeting expectations, and where are we really not meeting expectations of Oregonians?
That's a darn good question, Brenda. And this applies, in my opinion, I would just offer up caution. And again, I see so many boards and commissions like the Board of Forestry hearing all the time from what I would characterize as the ends of the opinion spectrum, right? If you picture a scale of 1 to 7, a Likert scale, or 1 to 9, or 1 to 5, it doesn't matter. It's the 1s and the 2s maybe, and the 6s and 7s that you hear from, okay? There's no one out there working hard to shine a light on the bell, on that bell-shaped curve. And it's hard. I mean, because you're pounded with this stuff day in and day out. The media is not helpful because these folks will be sure to reach out to them and really work their numbers and their messages. Besides them promoting a particular self-interest. And don't get me wrong, everyone, it's important you hear from them. You have to hear from both ends of the opinion spectrum. But I would just caution you again to say, okay, who did they really talk to? And so often the folks they're talking to are likely voters because they're the ones that they care about, okay? And there's the rub for me. is that you look at the demographics of likely voters and you look at the demographics of the full population of adult Oregonians. And there's this going on, everyone, and you just got to keep in mind, hey, it's good to know where these demographic subgroups are that are represented well in likely voter samples and everyone else. So I'll give you an example. There are a lot of people that you'll meet at a trailhead that are about to take their family on a hike through Oregon's forests, who are not likely voters. They're not likely voters, but they will raise holy hell if they feel that something is being done relative to their access, or that the nature of the experience is not in line with their expectations. And you know what I mean there, slides, bad water quality, animal habitat, families wanting to take their kids out to see animals. Well, yeah, there used to be animals here. So that's my point, is you got to be hearing from more than just likely voters. Brenda, am I hitting it?
Not quite.
Okay, please.
I appreciate the background on the methodology, and I trust that this is the standard these days in terms of doing social science research. My question to you, though, is, given your knowledge of Oregon Department of Forestry's policies and actions, how well do those align with that bell curve of opinions that you have seen over the years? Where are we hitting the mark in terms of public opinion on what is being done, and where are we missing the mark, and where do we need to really focus in and pay attention that we need to do things maybe a little bit differently if we're going to meet the expectations of the general public?
Yeah, I mean, a little, candidly, I have not stayed on top of a lot of this stuff, but here's my impression for what it's worth. I think you're doing a good job relative to recognizing how big of an issue wildfires are, and you're kind of looking at that issue hard. And my impression is that you're working hard within the department and with others across the state to address wildfire risk mitigation. That's my impression. I think you've gotten the message loudly that about water quality and the concern on water. And I've just seen that in a lot of the reports that I've just scanned that were coming my way over the years. So I think water is good. I think the public has, to some extent, helped you with some of this in terms of moving more towards, I hear less concern, for example, about clear cutting than I used to. And I think the way the policies around logging and clear cutting is something else I would say is there's a good match, I think, happening there as well. But again, I want to qualify all this by saying I just don't know enough, Brendan. I'd be happy to look at stuff for you, and there may be some summaries out there that I could take a peek at and say, thumbs up, thumbs sideways, or thumbs down relative to public.
Thank you, Adam. I was on the Ford Family Foundation when we funded a bunch of your chalkboard work. Yeah.
Thank you, Carla.
Yeah, right. But we would have hoped for much better outcomes for chalkboard.
I know.
One of the things I'm struggling with here is you've got the federal forests, you've got the private forests. They couldn't be managed more differently. And then we apply these questions and try and glean some information out of this when we've got such extremes, right? And so when I ask you during the break, if we ask, where would priority be for timber production in Oregon if it was Oregon timber for affordable housing? And of course, you said it would be way up on the list. How we ask the question really determines, or is local production, local food and fiber important to you? Suddenly those go way up on the list, and we know that from some of our own businesses. I'm not sure we're asking the right question. I mean, we've got foresters in this room, and we honored some of them yesterday, professional and family foresters that manage trillions of dollars of assets. And thank goodness in farming, we don't have a bunch of people taking surveys on how we should grow broccoli. I mean, I just can't imagine the 260 crops we grow, how we would bring public opinion in on how we grow everything. Or I don't go to my doctor and ask, how should you operate on me, right? Are we asking the right question here?
Carla, can I'm going to have to point out that we were involved in developing these questions, and I reached out repeatedly to board members for their input, and about half of you contributed questions and about half of you did not. Well, I'm sorry, but you didn't. And I think, if you had sat and taken that time, and I think some of those questions, I think your point is completely valid. And every one of those questions, the answers influenced pretty heavily by how it's asked. So I gotta say, sorry. Yeah, no. And but I think we'll have a chance to do this again. A couple of comments that I wanted to make. One is that this affirms to me the importance of our role, because we're supposed to represent Oregonians. But the fact is, at this point, we're not typical Oregonians. We, as either come in or our work on this board does make us subject matter experts, and it really strikes me the importance of that. Particularly in where you just started, here we have state forests and federal forests being managed so differently, and yet this survey has almost identical results in terms of public perception on those two, which says that there's just a huge knowledge gap. As I look at those responses, it's fascinating to see the number of people saying, I don't know, or I don't have enough knowledge to know. And then clearly a lot of the people who are answering are pretty misinformed. So anyhow, it does, it's really great information to get that. I think it points out the need for efforts to educate the public, and makes me more excited about the efforts, for state forest branding. We talk about so many people aren't aware where the state forests even are, and anyhow, go ahead. Yeah.
I think Joe is in line as well, but I'll try to make this quick, but thank you for this work. This was fantastic. Two quick questions that are related. One, can you talk a little bit about the urban versus rural? I noticed in your presentation and in the data, it talks about the different areas of the state, but I'm guessing you have some specifics on wherever area they were, whether they were urban or rural. Love to hear a little more about that breakdown. And the other part of my question that's related is, you talk about some of the takeaways where rural residents were often fairly critical of state forest management. And I'm wondering if you can add some more color to that. Were we not cutting enough? Were we cutting too much? Like where was that criticism coming from? Do you have any nuance to add to that? Anyway, I'd just be curious to hear your thoughts on that.
I'm smiling, Ben, because you're touching on some great issues there. And it gets back to Carla's question too about are we asking the right questions? And part of it is are we doing enough cross tabulations to do that dive? And there are differences, of course, by urban and rural. And one of the things we need to appreciate in this state, and it just drives me crazy, is that often urban and rural are viewed as east and west of the mountains. So what we've done in our research is let the respondent self-identify as urban, as rural, as suburban. I give them a suburban option, and I also give them a rural changing to suburban option. And that's one way we look at area differences. Another, and this gets to your concern, Carla, are we asking the questions the right way? I would argue that's a better way of asking it, or at least ask it that way. And then what we'll also do is take a look at the Portland metro area, the rest of the valley, so the Willamette Valley, and then the rest of the state. And then another way, and I showed you that, is we could break it out by county grouping. For example, any of you who are familiar with the Oregon Community Foundation know that they have these 8 leadership advisory council areas. Well, let's take a look at it by that area. So we can do it, Ben, but to get some of the answers that you're looking for, we'd have to do what Liz was asking me about, and that is to take a look and do a deeper dive on these differences. I covered a lot of them in the highlights memo. The other thing to keep in mind is that we want to, with the resources, to do follow up with people. Let's have an online focus group with those people who are rural residents and do a deeper dive on how they feel about wildfire. But you're right, wildfire is a big one. And there's some differences in opinion. They're the people living out there. They feel, and it may indeed be the case, that it's more in their face all the time, how the forests are being managed and the impact that wildfires are having on their area. That's a big area of difference. But again, the common ground is fascinating, is that the concern about water, the benefits, the particular forest practices, a lot of them are supported by residents across the state, urban, rural, suburban, rural changing. But Ben, any specific questions you have, I'd be happy to get back to you on that. It might be worth just taking a highlight, and every time you see the word urban or rural in that highlights memo, just highlight it real quickly and then go back and take a look for themes and trends there. I tried to point out the major ones in the key findings. Carla and Jim, there was a time when we wouldn't even distinguish between federal, state, and private lands. So I'd like to say we're making progress on asking the questions carefully. And there were some real interesting differences here, especially between private and public. So private versus state and federal. There were some interesting differences in the findings there. Another big distinction is small forest landowners. So the family operations, the individual operations versus industrial landowners. Over the years, I've seen a lot of differences there as well. But going back to your question about homelessness and housing, and the questions in there, be sure to note how people feel about using wood products instead of concrete and steel, those kinds of things. I think that's another indication of how things have kind of moved over the years relative to this concern about climate change.
Oh, thanks, Shonda Frey, for the record. Thank you for this. I found it fascinating. And also in a lot of ways, not terribly surprising to me. I'm not surprised to see water as a key value that folks are looking for. And I'm curious if that's been consistent over time with the last surveys that were done as kind of, in its own category, if you will. But, generally we're seeing, individuals valuing their health, their safety, and quality of life, however it is that they're viewing or, deeming that, and they'll clearly have their individual ways of measuring quality of life. And the challenge for us is always in balancing those things. And what I have a harder time assessing from this is how, folks would feel about balancing. If you could have this, more of this and less of this, more of this, less of that, right? Or if I'm doing this management measure, what do I think that's getting me? Like, why am I wanting to see more of this sort of management? Because I think it will do all of those different values equally or not, you know what I mean? And so the other reflection I have is that what I'm seeing in here is, much like Jim said, a lack of information to some extent, but a willingness, right? Folks want to understand more and they want to be engaged more. And that is different in different categories. Clearly, we have some demographics that are more interested in that than others. And maybe we have work to do there in getting a broader range of folks interested. But I think we want to have folks able to give us a little bit more feedback on that tension in the balance, right? Where we want all of these things. And the devil is unfortunately in the details always. And so I liked to see that, though, especially with the younger folks wanting to be engaged in policymaking and understanding forests. And I think we heard that from a lot of our speakers as well, right? Where we're struggling to have young people go into the industry for forest practices as well. And I think we want them to understand and connect to forests in many different ways, including potentially being employed there. And so how do we bring those folks into the fold? And I love the idea of thinking through the committees that we have. And we've talked about this as part of our FPFO efforts as well. How do we hear from a broader range of voices in a meaningful way where we can take what we're seeing in these broad themes and really distill down into the work that we need to do that is, number one, more overarching, but then also, right, it's trade-offs. And that's a lot of what we're going to do. The last point I'll mention that I just thought was interesting as well was really the incentives piece. A recognition that we may have to give something if we want to see certain outcomes, particularly on certain types of land. And we were just having this conversation actually in our social yesterday to some extent, right? Where there's legal obligations and things that we're going to have to do. And then there's things that we want, right? And we may not be, that may not be a directive, like you have to do this, but like, how could we encourage one to do this? And what value are we willing to give to get those outcomes? And I think that was just an interesting space here, that there are folks out there recognizing, yeah, we may want to provide something to get these services back from our forests, and clearly how much and what that looks like is also in the details. But I thought that was just an interesting piece of this as well. So thank you for your work on this.
Real quickly, I'd like to just respond. Thank you. And I was smiling so hard because you used the word trade-offs. And I'm going to send to all of you a study we did over a decade ago using a very unusual technique. And it's called a max diff technique. And what we do is we give our respondents different activities, management practices, and we ask them, of these, which is most important to you personally to see done? And then the next slide would have the same things, but additional items add to it. And they're rotated against each other all the way through the exercise. So you end up with exactly what you're looking for, is a sense of ranked choice is what it's called. So I will send that out. I think you would find it real interesting, all of you. It's a fascinating study, and I've done it in a couple different policy arenas over the years, and forest management was one of them, but it's about 10 years old. The other thing that you reminded me of is water has always been something we've been monitoring. For the last 40 years, it's been water. when forest management, it's water quality. Two quick points. I think it's time for us to add back in air quality. Air quality dropped off, I would say, about 10 years ago. And I kick myself in the butt for not adding it, especially with the heightened concern that the public has about wildfires and smoke and things like that. So that's a pledge from Adam at OVBC that the next time we're out there talking about things, we'll add back in air quality because it does relate directly to forest management. I want to just remind all of you about the 5 things that Oregonians value about living in Oregon. And you can take this to the bank. The question is simply, what do you value about living in Oregon? And here are the 5 things that they value. One is the natural beauty. Second is clean air and clean water. Fourth is the sense of community. Fifth is outdoor recreation opportunities, both the quantity of those opportunities and the quality of those opportunities. And fifth is climate. Notice, there's no specific mention of a public service. In fact, if you go down the list of responses, you'd have to get into the 20s before you come across this. No sales tax, and you don't have to pump your own gas. I mean, that's how firm those top 5 are when you ask about qualities of life. I want to leave you then with this. Look at how forest management relates to those 5 areas. You touch on all 5 of them. And that is something that over the years, I just have found fascinating about our state and the connectedness that our forests and the way they are managed has with the quality of life and livability people have and what they consider important to that. So honestly, you're right there at the top. And you could go down into the next 5 and into the next 10, and you'll get in there, that sense of community, often driven by economic feelings of security. And so you connect to that as well. So, the force be with you, because I'll tell you, you guys really connect with things that Oregonians feel. Okay.
I know we're kind of moving on time, but Adam, thank you for the survey. It's really informative. But I was struck when I looked at it on the support for landscape manipulation and hardening of homes. And I don't disagree with the results, but it struck me because we had an experience earlier this year where we did a wildland urban interface map that's going to lead to some regulations on that. And boy, there was a kind of an explosion, and it was mostly related to this idea that we raised that would raise insurance rates. Yeah. It was not founded, and also the feeling that government overreach. I think I heard quite a bit. But given that, do you have any recommendation or caveats or recommended actions before we go from survey results to action or policy?
Well, it gets back to communications. You've got 2 good people here, and I'm sure their team to help with that. But you've got to preempt this stuff, and releasing a map like that without a broader context, and also watch the messenger. Who is that messenger? If you can make it more the people that live in these areas delivering the importance of knowing this kind of information, and that it's just not government, but you have the other sectors that are equally concerned about this for their reasons. That's just critical right now. Government, and let's face it, you're perceived as part of state government. I don't have to tell you this. This is some of the lowest favorability ratings I've seen, just generally. And that's where they're going to push you off to unless you have that elevator speech down with folks, and they'll give you 30 to 40 seconds, and that's about it. So keep in mind the context and who the messenger is. And you've got some folks that are willing to walk that with you. Just look at that response that we saw for the number of people that want to be engaged and help out. We had that also, Carla, with chalkboard, but we just never saw the commitment to engage those people.
Just too often we don't connect those pieces, or we don't communicate that piece fully.
And you have to go into it knowing that that's the first thing they're going to have on their minds. What is this going to cost me? And, or my friends or my members of the family, they may live in Portland, but they've got family living in Jackson County or Josephine County or wherever. You just got to know and preempt this stuff with folks.
Right, so I will just say, we probably need to take a break at this point and move to our next topic. But Adam, really want to appreciate you for taking the time to be here and really talking through the findings and offering some really honest reflections of what this information, how you might use the information, and you're offering to do some follow-up to maybe take a little deeper dive with some of the cross tabulation. And it sounds like there's still kind of a deeper kind of wealth of information that might come from the results of this survey. So really appreciate that.
And I appreciated this opportunity. Please consider OVBC a resource to all of you in this important work you're doing. I will pull that study for all of you to see. You'll just find it fascinating. And thanks for reminding me about it. I just went, oh my God, trade-offs. I love trade-offs. So we'll get that stuff to you. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks so much.
Adam, thank you on behalf of the board and all Oregonians for the work you do.
Thank you, Jim. Have a good rest of the day, everyone.
All right, so we need to do a little shuffling to move to the next. So let's give ourselves a 5-minute stretch break. We only have up until 11 for this segment. So if we could ask you to take truly just a 5-minute stretch break, and then we'll resume with the rest of our FPFO discussions. Thanks. Invite us all back, Jim, just to kind of cap the last segment before we move into discussion of the template of the FPFO. You had a few words you wanted to share?
Yes, I wanted to talk about the origins of the survey because I guess there's some perceptions or rumors about with this being something that ODF had secretly commissioned or some such like that. Anyhow, let me just tell you a story of how it happened. I had seen the work that Adam's organization had done on various issues, and I realized that I really hadn't seen any polling on forestry and wildfire related issues over the last few years, and understanding that, you know, what we've been through with wildfire and all that would be really useful to for the public and certainly for this board to see some polling. So I had a conversation with Adam and said, you know, these have become such big issues for the public. Would your organization be interested in putting together a survey? And Adam said, absolutely, we'd be very interested in doing that. So then I just went back and I said, well, I'll help you with some questions. And so went back and then requested help from fellow board members to develop questions, and was given various questions, put together some myself, and turned all that over to Adam. And then when the actual survey came out, it's a compilation of our questions and then other questions that obviously came out of his organization. So they weren't all solely from us. I think, you know, the other thing, I just want to dispel the perception that this board is going to blindly follow that. You know, the results, as Carla says, and she's absolutely right, you know, every question, the results are colored by exactly how it gets asked. And I think we all understand that. And, you know, but, you know, for me, I mean, as I was mentioning before, a big takeaway was just the, some of the misinformation and misunderstandings, and then lack of knowledge on some of these issues. I find it very useful. I was pleased to see that there's significant support for you know, tougher building codes in some of these areas. It's not really so important to this board, but I think it's going to be important to people in the building codes area and in the fire marshal's office. But certainly, you know, speaking for myself, I don't see us blindly following any of this. I see it as a these is all useful data points, you know. And yeah, you bet.
You know, I actually see this as a starting point, and I offered a lot of you know, questions to this survey, and I think it was very telling to me, the number of people that said they didn't know, right? I mean, that doesn't surprise me, quite frankly. And I think also from a board member, this gives us a lot to think about as we embark on this, you know, forestry plan for Oregon. You know, these questions, where do people, that's, and Adam talked about that. It's really telling to me how many people don't really know. And as a landowner, I run into this all the time. I've mentioned to several board members, a lot of people don't have a distinction between the land I manage and federal timberland, you know, right next door. And so that's a reality. But I just think my hope is this kind of survey just gets our brains thinking about the next steps. And I think you're going to talk about that, Robin. You know, what are the next steps, and how do we start to interpret this information? So anyway, I just want to add that, because I agree with you, Jim. This isn't what we're blindly following. And I thought what Adam said, we have to be very careful, always very, very careful with information we glean in this manner.
No, absolutely. We're not going to follow it blindly, but I think Adam made an excellent point, and that is these results represent the bell curve. They don't represent the extremes on each end. And that's who we hear from most of the time. We hear from the extremes. And so where do we fall in the middle? Well, this gives us some guidance in terms of where the middle really is, or close to where it might be. And if we ignore that and assume that we know better than they do about things, then we're really missing the mark in terms of representing all Oregonians, in my opinion. So one thing that became very obvious after he finished giving his presentation is that there were some results here that each one of us don't like. We had a reaction to it because we have our own opinions and values, but that doesn't mean we dismiss it. I mean, there are things in there that surprised me, but okay, I accept that that's where the bell curve is. And we need to recognize that and not just dismiss it or find ways of ignoring it. That, to me, that is, we're not doing our job then.
I was impressed by, really how moderate the people are. Again, partially because we do hear from people at closer to either end. And so that was all, and I thought another one we didn't talk about too much today, but that really strong support for managing our forests. So that sort of dispels the idea that there's a huge number of Oregonians who think we should just let all the trees grow and the heck with industry and all of that.
So I thought maybe this would be a good point to just quickly interject some detail around engagement with Oregon Kitchen Table. And so for folks who are on the FPFO subcommittee, you know that we've opened dialogue with Oregon Kitchen Table to explore some different ways that we might do, I think, two things really. One is to engage a broader range of perspectives and communities in Oregon to better understand some of the values that they hold for forest management. And the second piece of that would be, I think, sort of capitalizing on that and developing sort of a short-term plan for connecting with those broader communities over the next year around the work that we're actively doing. And I think then from there, kind of creating a plan to continue to build on that work and that effort to open some doors that maybe we haven't walked through in the past. And so still working with them to better understand sort of what the opportunities are. And there's, of course, a cost associated with it as well. I want to be upfront about that. And so on my side, once we get a more focused plan, we'll be looking at how to make that financially feasible for the department. So I do want to give that disclaimer up front if we have further conversation about it. But Robin suggested this would be a good point to mention that opportunity and the fact that we are pursuing it. And Robin, I don't know if you want to add more there or.
I won't say much, just other than I was kind of tracking through the Q&A and conversation you were having on the heels of Adam's presentation of what also seems to be important to you, and also conversations that we've had within the subcommittee, that kind of taking a layer down into connecting more directly with communities to maybe verify some of the results of what you've learned from this really important body of work and data points that came out of the survey. You can ask questions like, what are the relationships in these perceptions? Ask them directly. It's an opportunity for you to do what I would call reciprocal education. So not just asking folks, what are your perceptions? And then having to say, well, there seems to be a gap between perception and reality for some of us, to say, how can we help inform these communities and they can help inform us, and bridge that gap in kind of shared understanding and knowledge, which also helps to bring folks into the fold of being informed and engaged participants in the work that you're doing. So there's what you learned from Adam's survey is that, at least from the folks that participated in that survey, there's a real interest in being involved. And so this would be an opportunity for you to make some more direct connections with different communities to say, how can we get you involved? How can we do some kind of co-education with each other and actually have a kind of a broader, as you suggested, a broader kind of swath of Oregonians that you're learning from and are and are kind of helping you advise on policies for forestry in Oregon. So there's a lot of different methodologies and approaches that Oregon Kitchen Table can take, and still in conversation about what that might look like, but it might be another kind of really rich layer of engagement that you embark on to really kind of verify and truly sort of make those connections for ongoing partnership with these communities. And more to come. We've got more follow-up with the subcommittee on that. So it's just a little teaser. But I think it's just kind of speaking to there's different data points and places to start. And do you want to go deeper into kind of really having a true, like, broader connection with different communities in Oregon about forestry? Carla, you're having a reaction, so.
Well, you know, in the private sector, if you launch a new program, it's millions of dollars to communicate a new product. And so I'm trying to get my mind around, okay, what's the end game here? Just engaging, you know, an X percentage of Oregonians, informing, educating them on, you know, forest practices in Oregon, trying to better understand their values as it relates to the forests. You know, at the end of this process, what do we hope, what's the end game? What do we hope to glean out of this? Because it's millions of dollars to get there, or it's very expensive often to get there. And I think it's always good to make sure you're asking the right question and really understanding what is it we want to learn. Keep your ears open, but what do we really want to learn here? And that's not really clear to me. So sorry, I might be the slow one in the room, but I'm not there with you yet.
Yeah, I think it'd be worth actually asking the subcommittee about some of the conversations you've had about what is the purpose of all of this. They can speak to it much more clearly on behalf of the board.
I'll take a stab at it, but feel free to jump in, folks. I think first is to help us, coming back to that meeting in October, help us sort of put some more depth to the values conversation we were having. But secondly, I think, I don't know that I don't know that I have an end game in mind of quite a result yet, but I think it's very clear from this survey that Adam just presented from our conversation in October about values that there's a gulf between the folks in this room who are these subject matter experts and the middle of that bell curve in Oregon. And I think this is it's a step in that direction to try to bridge that gulf. And so I don't know that in my mind, I quite have an outcome yet, but I feel like this is, in these conversations, this is a direction that I think it would be useful for us as a board to go to try to figure out how do we bridge that? Because like Joe, like you said, you know, there's many of those folks in the survey don't know much about forestry. And I think there's some important conversations to have there.
Yeah, the way I view these groups of people representing different demographics from within the bell curve and not the extremes, is that the purpose is not for us to impose our perception of reality onto them, but to discuss with them their views, their beliefs, and why they have them, and have a much deeper, richer discussion with them so that we can understand better how best to represent them when we make decisions, because we should be representing all Oregonians. Granted, they may not know as much about forestry as all the folks sitting around the room today, but that doesn't mean that their values are less valid. And we need to listen and understand and take that into consideration when we make our decisions.
Yeah, Carla, I mean, to answer your question, what is the outcome? It's a better forestry plan for Oregon, hopefully. I mean, that's the outcome, right? But we're all appointed on this board to serve, to develop this, right? Ultimately, it comes down to the 7 of us to write this from input from staff and input from a variety of ways. And we're just taking that information. But it's really pretty simple to me. The outcome is hopefully a better, forestry plan for Oregon that that represents Oregonians, but it's going to be informed dramatically by us, frankly, so,
Thank you, Joe. I agree completely. And just a quick follow-up, it sets the foundation for a continuing discussion with all of these groups that we don't often hear from. So we can begin to build the conversation and the trust around conversation so that we can continue to have it next year, next decade, and on into the future, so that we can have a better understanding of the values of all Oregonians as they change over time.
And I would just jump in here and kind of echo that as well. Carla, you'd mentioned the investment, and certainly it won't be millions. It might be tens or hundreds of thousands. We don't have millions in the budget, but given the resource constraint, for me, it is about making that initial investment that we can continue to build on into the future. And to the extent that after the year or a year and a half of engagement with Oregon Kitchen Table, we could walk away with a bit of a blueprint and a plan for continuing to carry out that work and continuing to have those touch points. I think that'd be a huge win.
Ryan, I want to switch gears just a little bit on what we're embarking on. I mean, we said this, I think, in the retreat. This is a big lift. And is this timeline realistic? I know I'm shifting gears here a little bit. Maybe this is a question for the state forester, for you. We control these timelines, and we want an outcome. We don't want to have the timelines controlling the product, and we want a good product, right? I mean, that's something that was really, and Robin hit to this kind of at the original, what were the goals that we talked about in the retreat? And one was that, I don't know if you said, Robin, was a succinct, understandable, usable that's not going to be put on a shelf. And so I'm not looking for an answer, but I think we need to think about the timeline, quite frankly.
I think
what we're embarking on.
We've had some side conversations on this, and with the whole governance project as well as the FPFO. This is an appropriate topic and something we need to talk about. I think Robin has suggested that we kind of end with that conversation today.
Topic being the intersection of all this work and how to accomplish it and prioritize it. And I think good segue to, we have just 15 minutes with Nate Beckman, who, as you know, has been leading the 20-year resiliency plan effort for the department. That's one of those big bodies of strategy work that I know board members have asked questions about the intersections. And so while we have Nate here, thought we'd open that conversation up a little bit for you all to just dialogue about how you are seeing the intersections. And it really ties, I think, Joe, to partly of how do you actually get all the work accomplished and the timelines and all that. So let's segue to that before we then go into looking at the template of the FPFO. So I don't know which one of you wants to lead out.
Do you want us to lead off with something? Well, I'm trying to think about, given that we have about 10 minutes with Nathan, kind of how to segue into that. So definitely within the subcommittee, we had some good conversation around, what are the relationships between the strategic planning work that we're doing here versus the 20-year strategy that process that Nathan has been leading. And I guess the message that I would deliver, maybe directly given the time constraints, is that they are two parallel processes that need to inform each other. But the 20-year strategy is a product that is being built and owned under the shared stewardship umbrella, as I described yesterday. And this work that we're doing here is a product that we really need to collectively build together and own separately. I think that the 20-year strategy is certainly, so as we get into thinking about what the structure of this, of our strategic plan might look like with potentially goals, I think the 20-year strategy that Nathan is working on plugs in really nicely to help describe how we might accomplish one or more of those goals. But this is a high level plan strategy for the department that we need to own. And we need to allow the 20-year strategy to be a product that is owned and helps to guide the work of shared stewardship of all of those agencies that we referenced yesterday. That's kind of my thinking on it. I'm going to stop talking. Nathan, if you want to add some color there, or if others want to jump in, I just want to take advantage of your time.
I don't have much to add. I mean, I'd happily answer any questions or let y'all determine where you want to take the conversation. But I thought that was a really good lead in. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And Ryan, I appreciate you sort of talking about how that might fit in. I guess I would ask Nathan the same question of sort of, I know the template's coming next, but I guess I would just get some broad brush strokes of sort of how you might see the 20-year strategy plan that you were working on with all these other agencies, how that final work might fit, what your thoughts are on how it would fit with this department plan that we're sort of concurrently working on. Do they overlap? Where do they overlap? Is one subsidiary to the other? Just here's to get your thoughts a little bit on how they interplay.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll do my best. Just a couple of thoughts as Ryan had teed it up. The 20-year strategy isn't just our strategy. It's multi-agency strategy. It's all the groups that we work with. And it's really a strategy for the state of how we're looking at landscape resilience and wildfire risk reduction over the next 20 years. For me, the question is what does ODF play in that role? And that's the idea of shared stewardship, is building off strengths and understanding that we all can't be everything. How do we work together? How do we build off those strengths? And the question is what can ODF do? What resources can they provide? And being really honest. And the question I always like to ask is, what do we not do? That's something that I think is something to look at. And as we get into the goals and the final product, it's going to be big. There's a lot to it. And having the board look at it and say, this is where we fit in that strategy. Here's what we can pull out. And this is what we don't do. And we rely on partners. We rely on others to do that work. Just off the cuff thoughts here, but once again, for conversation.
Yeah, thank you for that. I just recall back to some of our early conversations and, thinking about the FPFO as this overarching governing strategic document that we would inform, of course, what we're doing in our priorities, but hopefully would influence other partners as well, because achieving our goals will not be, the authority for that doesn't rest with us alone, right? The objectives might, in the metrics that we're going to track for ourselves individually, but some of those overarching goals for forest management include all of our other partners, many of which are going to be in that shared stewardship agreement. So it seems to me that many of the goals and objectives that you're going to be including in that shared stewardship agreement similarly are probably going to be represented in the FPFO as well, because we're looking at landscape resiliency and we're looking at wildfire prevention, and we're going to have targets for that, I imagine. And then we were also looking for, I think, right, like looking at levers of influence, if you will. And this is a very perfect venue for us trying to get on the same page with other partners. So I see it also in kind of I don't even know what the conversation would be, but it's like we're also looking to influence the shared stewardship, I think, with FPFO also, even though this will be done first probably, but it's going to be an iterative process, right? And so I do see these things kind of interacting, and this being a really important lever for us to be connecting back and forth. I don't know if that's consistent with how others might be doing it. I'm looking at you because
What Chandra said. And so it is, I think the FPFO is supposed to be an all lands plan, looking forward. And landscape resiliency to fire is one aspect of that. Landscape resiliency to climate change is another. Landscape resiliency to other stressors and disturbances have to be included in there, including human activities. So it seems to me that it's what you're doing, Nate, which is really great work. I'm really impressed. And what I've heard from others is a lot of folks around this table are. But it does provide then the model, in my mind, for where we want to take the FPFO. And to Joe's point, maybe we'll talk about this later, should we kind of back off and let your piece play out and then we go from there? I'm not sure that being in parallel is an efficient approach.
Well, so maybe going to the question of the reasonable timelines, and I'll share my thoughts on that, and of course, welcome others. I think the reasonableness of the timeline depends on what our aspiration is by the end of this calendar year. That's kind of the timeline we've set out. What I wanted to highlight is that the recognition that a tremendous amount of effort and resources have gone into the development of the work that Nathan has done to this point over one year. Really, it's been about a year's worth of development. And the recognition for that particular product is that we are building a foundation that will, for a body of work that will continue to grow over time. And I'd like to see us frame up this work on the FPFO in the same way. I would suggest that we take the next year to try to build a solid foundation for a body of work that will continue to grow and change over time. I feel like there are a lot of plans, processes, et cetera, around here at ODF and agency land generally that get hung up for long periods of time because we're often waiting for one thing to happen or another, or for the right conditions, or for this thing to go away, or for more funding to come in. And my perspective is, let's just jump in and get started and know that it won't be perfect. Know that we may not get as far as we want to get, but I think important to start to make that foundation.
So just a quick reaction to that, Ryan, and I appreciate it. I completely understand where you're coming from. Seems to be that Nate's work has already laid a pretty good foundation based upon what we heard yesterday. And quite frankly, I'll speak for myself. I'm a bit frustrated that we haven't made much progress as a subcommittee. We've talked a lot, but I don't see, I tend to be kind of outcome oriented, and I'm wondering how much progress we have made, how much we will make, and whether we're going to catch up to what he's doing in terms of providing the foundation, when it seems to me he's already kind of provided that foundation. But I want to hear from the other two committee members too.
Well, I guess what I struggle with there, Ryan, what is that foundation? I hear you in the sense that it's important that these things continue to move and they don't get shelved and so on. So what is your vision of that foundation? Is that foundation simply beginning to summarize information that we're gleaning from surveys and focus groups and things like that? Is that a foundation? That could be a foundation. Is a foundation an initial draft? I mean, what do you think that foundation?
And so this would be my vision only, and this is a group process. One thing I want to mention real quick is, and Nathan, I know you're going to have to take off here, but in terms of being frustrated in the beginning about not making a lot of progress, I think probably felt that way for about 8 months, right? It's pretty challenging. It's been in the last 2-3 months that it's really kind of become ripened. And I don't know if you want to say more than that, but.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a couple thoughts and reflections. Looking at timeline a year ago, we didn't think, can we get there? I think part of that was the adaptive management piece, saying we have to set a path and set a trajectory over the next 20 years, but know that through that engagement, through that learning, that constant process, that we're going to get better was kind of the thought. And that's the foundation of how we're working together. And then also, like I had mentioned in the timeline, was phase 4 of the development, which is implementation. But that means that we're going to be constantly working on this body of work, learning, adapting, et cetera. So I think that's a big component. And absolutely, I just do want to express with that body of work, there are a lot of groups meeting quite often. And it's been a challenge. We kind of looked at the curve to where we are, was a lot of work has gone in to get us to this point. And it has been challenging, but yet it's the path of where we need to get to is not easy. And I think we've all recognized that. So those are kind of my parting words. And I do have to run. So I'll just kind of closing statement. I really appreciate the opportunity, and I would of course, offer to discuss and work with you all any more that you need. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks for making time. Can I answer the vision question? My vision for this is, I think, twofold. I'll start with the easier piece, which is a more tangible product. I'd like to see us at the end of the year have some general agreement around mission, vision, purpose, some key goals, and some supporting activities, which we'll see if we get to the template that you've all received, I think, and had an opportunity to take an initial look at. I think that's a starting place for us. And maybe along with that, then, what are some recommendations for the future, for further enhancement, further work? And that's something that if we look at the 20-year strategy work that Nathan is doing, for him, it's policy recommendations. Where do we need to make investments? What things do we want to try to change? What tools are lacking that we need so that we can begin to prioritize our efforts and our investments? So that's kind of on the tangible side. On the intangible side, and this is where I know Nathan has invested a lot. Again, if we're looking at the 20-year strategy as kind of an analog or something to learn from, it's this shared experience of trying to work through the unknown, the kind of nebulous, building relationships between the board, the executive team, staff at ODF, outside interests. How do we navigate the challenging political environment that we work in? There's been a lot of conversation today about hearing from both ends of the bell curve. I heard strongly yesterday a desire to try to move those conversations towards panels that represent the middle of the bell curve. These are all sort of maturation processes that I think the agency and the board can really work through. And that, to me, is probably one of the most important outcomes of this shared work that we try to do collaboratively. So I don't know if that helps, muddies the waters, but that's kind of how I frame it up in my mind right now.
So I know, Nate, you've got to go, but my sense, my feeling on this is that you have laid some groundwork, good work, even though it's take months to get there. So maybe you've gone slow to go fast, but the word that I have in my mind is momentum. You've got this great momentum now. And so let's really ride with that. Let's roll with that. And then I can get with you on this later, but if you could give sort of a general example about what how the 20-year strategy shows up in the shared agreement, an example of what that would be, a probable example, that would just help me see where you're going with this.
I'll probably have to follow up later if that's okay. And I'd happily, if that's okay, I do need to run.
Absolutely.
And then also if there are like specific questions, I'd happily answer those for future meetings with presentations, et cetera. So I do apologize, but thank you all.
Just real quick, sort of to follow on to Joe, your question, and Ryan, what you were saying about, I agree that I think we should keep moving forwards, but I think having a goal of this, putting a bow on it by the end of the year, I don't know that that's feasible, which is 180 from where I was a year ago, where I was like, we got to get this done real quick. But for me, I think having a template, and I think what we're going to talk about in a minute, having some framework, having a draft that we can then pick apart and say, okay, this is settled, this needs more work, we can work more here, here, and here. From my perspective, continuing to move forward, at least get a draft that we can prioritize will be really important. That I think we can do that concurrently with the 20-year project. Just my 2 cents on your question, Joe.
Ryan, and I think some of this is just wording for me and making sure I'm understanding. But as I look at a number of these programs on one piece of paper, if we could kind of summarize our time frame and which of these umbrella under others. So as I look at, you know, the FPFO, PFA, HCP, climate change, wildfire mitigation, Senate Bill 762, shared stewardship, 20-year strategy, governance, and WUI, some of these directly connect. And I'm trying to keep up with you on timeframes and what relates to what and what umbrellas under what. And I'm just a little confused on maybe how some of these intersect.
Well, I'll share two thoughts. One is going back a little bit to the notion of momentum. Actually, before I do that, let me go to the other thing, which is more an answer, Carla, to your question. I think of this FPFO and the strategic planning as being really, really high level, much higher than any sort of specific activity that's going on, right? Because we want this to live on and be useful. Those things are going to come and go, and they're going to. I'm not saying they're not important. Clearly, they are. They're going to come and go. They're going to change. They're influenced by politics, funding, et cetera. And what we want is to operate at a high enough level with a strategy that allows us to have the appropriate lens to look at those things as they change or as new things come along. And that's really where I think, again, that you're getting my vision, and this is a group process. But that's where I think we ought to be working and focusing. And what we want to do then, this comes back to the second piece, is get to a point where Nathan is just starting to get, say, if we're using that as an analog, where we have some momentum, where we really do have this sort of shared group energy for focusing on the topic of the day, whatever it might be.
So I understand and I appreciate that, but you look at all of these things at once and it's just, you know, so much staff, so much time, so much resources. And my mind just has to process this in terms of timeframes and capacity. Yep. And, you know, organization and you know, sometimes the most complex things, if we can get them to one piece of paper and we can see them, I think it would help us process our capacity to really, you know, are we going to meet this at the end of the year? No. Are we going to meet this? So what else are we trying to hit at the end of the year? And so we can just kind of process all this whole big block of things at once.
Are you able to do that?
Sure. And now I'm understanding a little bit more of where you're at. Just you're thinking, I'm thinking more like long-term, and you're kind of thinking about like, how are we going to get this work done over the next year? So now I'm understanding a little bit of a disconnect. So certainly we can look to plan that out. I would also offer, and Nathan and I talked about this earlier today, he said it, this department has a lot of work on its plate and a lot of business lines, and that's a challenge. You look at a number of other agencies that are very successful and high functioning. They have pretty focused missions, and this unfocused mission is not uncommon for natural resources. It's not uncommon for forestry. Nathan asked the question, you know, what do we not do? And that's where my mind was at, you know, when I mentioned that you and I were kind of passing, I think, a little bit. That's where my mind is at, in the importance of getting a foothold and starting on the strategic planning, because we've got, as an agency, we've got to be able to start to focus and say what we do and what we don't do, and be able to leverage things like the 20-year strategy with our partners to say, okay, ODF does this piece, this other thing needs to get done. We can work with ODFW, we can work with the Forest Service to fill in those gaps. That's why I don't want to see us slow down the strategic planning work, because it helps to inform then how we set those annual work plans, which is what you're talking about, I think, Carla, to help us have a reasonable timeline to get stuff done.
So I've gotten a little impatient. We're having an incredible amount of process this morning about process, which is, yeah, so I'll just note that, and I'm excited to move on to the template work, and want to push us in that direction. The other observation I'll have is that we all agreed that this was going to be a collaborative process, including the executive team and not just owned by the board. And yet, other than our project lead over there, Ryan, I haven't heard a word from any of the executive team in this conversation. So just want to remind you all that this is not just a board conversation.
Okay, let's move on to looking at the template. I'm just going to note some of the requests and hopefully action items out of this discussion are deeper thinking about the connections across these different bodies of work. And if you can, try to pull together a visual for people to be able to see, as Carla has asked, how do these things intersect as you see them today? What are the kind of timelines, maybe known or unknown, about accomplishing or delivering the work? And that might be helpful, particularly to the subcommittee in the context of the FPFO, in really discerning what is different from everybody else's work that we're doing with this. Where do we see it? Because I think, as Jim suggested, you all agree this is a co-developed product. So part of it is asking yourselves, what are we trying to accomplish over the next year with this? What is the value of us doing this FPFO work? It's just as important for you, board, through the subcommittee to answer that question as it is through the members of the subcommittee who are part of the executive team. So I just want to challenge you to kind of enter into that conversation, not as a question, but as a thought partner with the agency on that. But to the extent that you, the agency, can show the bigger picture of all of the other bodies of work that are ongoing and have some of them very specific mandated timelines and some of them that don't, that maybe that's a way to really start doing some sense making for the work that you're doing on the FPFO specifically. Cal.
Well, since the chairman put the gauntlet down, I just wanted to say I have not said anything during this discussion because I want to tell you that I endorse Ryan's look at this and make sure there's no misunderstanding on that. You know, the strategic plan that we're talking about, we do need to look at it as an overall strategy for the department and try to get some focus for this department. And so I'm very interested, as you know, Ryan says, is that we need to get that foundation, in my opinion, from this process is the vision, the mission, and goals that we're going to focus on. And then we're going to do gap analysis. Well, I don't know if you guys call that, but, you know, really assess where we are with these things and decide what actions are the priority actions or milestones we need to take to accomplish them. Now, are we going to, is the time frame to do that? We maybe have to look at that. And I heard a distinct call for project planning that the board can relate to. And my recommendation is I like deadlines because it creates a sense of urgency, but I don't want to have it at the sacrifice of doing good work. If that makes any sense, that's my opinion. Okay, so that's where I'm at. Now, in relation to Nathan's efforts there, he's doing a great job. It's an all lands effort, but we had a clear mission when we went in there. You know, we wanted to leverage all the resources for landscape resiliency projects in the state of Oregon so that we could make more effective. And we have objectives such as serving underserved communities, working with tribes, protecting wildland urban interface areas. You know, those are some of the things that we're coming up with. And through this process, we'll be able to start implementation. But I just had a discussion with Nathan this morning, and I think I've talked to him about this. You know, it's going to take us 3 years just to get the wheels turning on this thing once we get some agreement. And then I think, you know, like he told me, he says, this is a career job for him. You know, because it's going to, you know, we might go 10 years and we'll look back and say, hey, look at what we accomplished, but we need to continue. So this work he's doing is the governance portion to me is probably almost more important than a lot of the other stuff there, is that we're working out this governance process. We can use that governance process to go after other all lands type issues. And I think that's going to be a benefit. But I agree with Ryan. It's just a subset of the bigger strategic plan right now. Anyway. Did I do what you want? Okay.
Thank you, Cal. So let's take the last 15 minutes that we have to get the preview of the template. The hope was that you would get a review of this just to see how it's organized and kind of the thinking behind how you populate it, get some feedback from everybody today so that the subcommittee can take the next step. And I will just to kind of anchor it down to what a specific tangible next step will be. As you'll see in the template, there's goal setting. And so I think that will be the first very specific substantive assignment that the subcommittee will take on at their next meeting. So I just want to tip that out now and turn it over to Danny.
Good morning. I'm Danny Norlander, the Forest, Climate, Carbon, and Health Analyst in the planning branch here at ODF. It's nice to see you, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mokomoto, and the rest of the board. It's been really interesting to listen this morning. I've heard the words nebulous, door, vision, road. So I was going to use all those, but I guess we'll just skip all of that and dive straight in given our time constraints. So we've kind of been, I'll use spinning our wheels a little bit in all of this work. And really it started for me 3 years ago when the previous state forester was going to start working on the values part of the FPFO, and I was going to start working on Goal G specifically. Since then, we've scrapped all of that and we're starting anew, which I think is probably the right decision there. So that's just a little bit of reference of how long we've been at this already. And hopefully we can, with this template, start moving forward a little bit with pace. So we have kind of compiled a variety of strategic plans and other planning documents from other state forestry agencies around the country and kind of looked at them and pulled out parts that we liked, parts that we didn't like, areas that really kind of spoke to us. One that I found specifically interesting was the Minnesota Conservation Agenda. They have a DNR, not a Department of Forestry. But part of that is largely how this is modeled. And actually, if you look back at our 1990 FPFO, it's very similar to that as well. So I'm just going to quickly work through this. And then at the end, we can have a discussion, see what's missing, what is what's needed, what we can improve upon.
Can we just make sure everybody has the draft in front of you, just so you're following along? Okay,
excellent.
Great, thanks.
So start off, just an introduction from the board chair and the state forester. That's pretty standard table of contents. And then we move into an executive summary, very short, that would kind of give a highlight of what's in the document and what the goals are. And that would be followed by mission, vision, values, purpose, and principles. We've talked about that at a variety of board meetings in the past. The vision is the only one that is populated on the template here, though we do have some stuff that we're working on in the subgroup for the others. After that, we have kind of some history about the Board of Forestry, about the Department of Forestry, and then we talk about climate smart forestry in Oregon for a resilient future. And this is pulled from other documents and modified to fit in here. So it should all be stuff that is familiar to most of you and that you have seen before. After that, we get to kind of the meat of it. So that's the framework for the goals. So, the board will set goals, the subcommittee will work on those goals, and they're all blank right now. So that's kind of what the next step, as Robin highlighted, was setting those goals. And then we can delve into the rest of it. Under those goals, we would have strategies, trends, challenges, and actions. So those strategies are really the broad brushes. So what are those levers that we can pull? How are those goals going to be made to be successful? The trends, this is where the monitoring and measurement comes in. So we can look at what the trends are. These are longer term trends. And as everybody kind of agrees, this isn't something that we want to be put on a shelf and forgotten. And this is one way that we can make this into more of a living document. And go back and update those trends and update that monitoring and really figure out how it fits in with the rest of the monitoring work that's going on within the department. Challenges, I find it's always good to identify barriers and challenges, and then we can work to overcome those through those actions. And those actions are really what the department is going to work on. So that gets down to much more specifics. And this is really, I think, the area that it can be blended between the department and the board. So the department's executive leadership will probably have a lot more say in those actions. The board will probably have a lot more say in the goals. But I hope that everybody's voice will be heard throughout all of that. The remainder, there's just spots for additional goals. And then by the end, we get to definitions, references, because it should be based in science and had peer-reviewed literature and stuff in there. Some acknowledgements, and then attachments. So that could be things like the climate change and carbon plan, the 20-year strategy, the HTP, et cetera. Those may just be links. They may be more exhaustive than that. So that was real quick. And I hope that now we can get into some conversation about what might be missing, what people like about it, what people don't like about it. I like it when I hit a home run.
Hit the wall, Danny, and then it bounced over. So
Yeah.
good job. The only thing that first of all, great. Thanks for doing this. The structure looks super. The trends thing, I think maybe could be fleshed out just a little bit more. Defining metrics and really focusing in on accountability for the agency and board. To me, that's once all the goals and everything are identified, how we're going to make progress with those is really critical. And so I maybe a little bit more focus on that, but otherwise I thought, my opinion is it looks great.
Danny, I like what you did here, but I just wanted to make sure that when you do the trends analysis, that's going to be kind of telling us where we are right now, kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So looking
Okay.
back through time at where we are, and we could incorporate, projections into that, and then look back and say, as we come back to this as a living document, are we meeting those projections or not? And that can allow us to kind of flex and move. And that's really where that monitoring comes in. So we need to be able to do that monitoring to know.
Thank you. This is great for the way my brain works. Having a template works very well for me to get my head around the next steps. A couple questions. Robin, you had mentioned sort of our next bit of work is to start work on goals. And just from a process step question, when do we, to me, I'm wondering if we spend more time we have the vision, but the mission, values, purpose, and principles are all empty right now. Would that come before goals? Or I guess I'm curious to hear your thoughts on sort of, some of this is, the values work is obviously ongoing. There's a lot of sort of long-term work to do there, but I think before I can figure out a goal, I kind of want to know what the top of the umbrella looks like.
Well, I bypassed the kind of report out on that, but as you know, Ben, the subcommittee received some initiating language from the executive team articulating those different pieces. So not to say that it's not important, it's in play, but just to point to a very specific substantive piece of this document that needs to get developed by the subcommittee, I would suggest that the goals, you've got to start with an opening on the goals as well. But yeah, I was remiss in not mentioning that there is work ongoing. It's kind of at play right now between the subcommittee and the broader executive team on the mission, purpose, some of those pieces that are placeholders for now. So I would say that is kind of part and parcel with the work you're doing on the goals, if that makes sense for you all.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Danny. I really like the structure of this as well. I guess I just had a couple quick questions. To that front piece around the values, when we were having conversations around the values, if I recall correctly, we were kind of talking a lot about the values that are the forest products provide, as opposed to maybe the values that the board wants to, how it wants to engage this work and what principles it takes to that, such as, equity or, commitment to science, transparency, whatever. And so I'm just wondering, is that something that we are going to be putting in here somewhere? And is that part of the values conversation? I just wanted to confirm where that fits in that conversation. And because I do think one of those principles, as Brenda mentioned, is accountability. Sorry for my voice. And so I also support a little bit more fleshing out of, kind of how we're going to track that and commit to that as part of this. And then my last comment would just be around the, thinking about the influencing aspect of this document. And maybe we can do this as part of the challenges and actions, but I do think it's important that we're trying to drive dialogue and actions of other entities that we don't have control over through this as a vision document. And so I don't know if that's an appropriate thing to think about calling out as its own, or if that's just kind of embedded in the whole thing, where we might want to see, conversation and dialogue to really get to these overarching goals for all lands. We'd, like to see movement on X, Y, or Z, or a conversation on that or something like that. Anyway, that's more just for discussion, because that's something that I had seen or see a value here to do that. And I just don't exactly know how to incorporate or how that might get incorporated.
Yeah, and I know the subcommittee has had some conversation about that. So if there's anything you want to say, and also Mike is in the queue, so go ahead.
Yeah, we run into these things here with an all lands approach, and there's things that are squarely under the control of the board and actions that can be taken and things that are more incentivized and so forth that we don't have direct control over, or we work with a partner to get those things done. And I think it's worthwhile to take the goals and recognize those distinct pieces of them as strategies and also have metrics tied to them, but have those metrics, caveated appropriately with something on state forest land specifically, and a metric that comes out of that, which would probably be tied to or the same as a metric with our forest management plan, would be squarely under your control. And then there are the other things that are, and just realizing those metrics and making it very clear in the document that some of those metrics may not live up to the desired target because of the lack of direct control over them. I think it would do a lot to help. So as a communication document, so we're learning a lot from Oregonians. Now we need to tell Oregonians a lot. And, right now they know nothing. So a plug for the urgency of this work, but basically being able to communicate that back clearly so they understand where the State Board of Forestry fits in all of this and just exactly what they can expect from that. Because if people, if they expect some sort of change on federal lands that quite frankly is outside the control of the board, well, okay, they need to know that part as well, right? So just a plug there to consider how that maybe the goals are a little bit tiered that way.
I just had one quick thing on that. One thing that is in a different version of this that it might be a little bit more fleshed out is there's actually another section below actions, and that's partner agencies and constituents. And within that, it identifies who each of those are for that goal. And within that, we could have a matrix, we could do it any number of ways, but we could say what their role is with meeting that goal. So there's a variety of ways we can do that, but that's further down the road.
Danny, recognizing that we're trying to approach this kind of on a blank slate kind of process to start, but at the end of the day, it is going to be an update of the forestry program for Oregon. And at the end of the day, it's going to have a lot of similarities to what we've had in the past. And so I do think we need to be thinking about as a communication tool, how this will end up really looking different so that it doesn't, when it goes out to people, they just, this looks pretty much the same, and you'd have to kind of dig to find any differences between. And so this can be as simple as, I mean, we have a lot of people in the department who can recite, what goal G is. And I would suggest we not use A, B, C, D, E, F, G, 1, 2, 3, whatever. I mean, it could be done in different ways, but I think we really need to be thinking about the end users and particularly how to emphasize what's new and different when we get to the end product.
Yeah, and those are totally just placeholders right now.
Yeah.
Down the road, it'll be, much clearer. So I agree on moving away from those specific goal letters to something else.
Just a quick reaction to Mike's comment, if I understood it correctly, Mike. So I think having metrics aligned with goals that cover an all lands perspective means that we collectively may never achieve some of those goals, but maybe that's okay. Maybe that shines a spotlight on the need for greater work with other agencies to begin to move that, if that's something that they can agree on, right? So I'm trying to think strategically here about how to frame this so that we can get what we need, but also put some pressure on others to move the needle toward this all lands perspective. Is that?
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. I mean, there is that usefulness, that utility of it. You have certain metrics where it's clearly defined that this is reliant on a lot of other folks, and we're not meeting it. And there's always the why, and it's kind of like, well, a little bit of finger pointing, and that's not necessarily the realm we want to work in per se, but right? I mean, yeah, need to know where the roadblocks are.
So let me just make sure there's kind of shared, just so we know what we're taking back to the subcommittee on this piece. What you're suggesting is to map out the broad kind of complex strategies, but to be really clear about the kind of zones of influence, or there was a word that you were using earlier, Chandra, about here's our direct kind of responsibility, and here's where we invest in partnering and leveraging resources with our partners. And so that's what I'm hearing from you, and also from you, Brenda, but just to be really clear about that. For the purposes, honestly, for the agency to be able to deliver and operationalize the strategy, right? Okay. So we'll go to Carla, and then we have been granted an extra 10 minutes on this conversation, just so everybody's aware that I'm aware of the time right now. Go ahead, Carla.
So normally, in a process like this, you're focusing on mission, vision, values, right? This, I don't know what we call this document. I'd like to know that. But in this process, we're going from goal to definition, strategy, trend, challenges, actions. I'm not sure where the values fit in. So maybe you could educate me on that, and where the mission statement fits in. And finally, as we think about federal, state, and private forests, where they are managed so incredibly differently in this state, our goal is to come up with one document for all, correct? Are we going to break out, what we'd like to see on the federal forest may be entirely different than what we'd like to see on the state forests? And are we going to recognize those differences? So I know there's a lot there, but I'm just trying to understand where we're going here.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Needing to recognize those differences and clearly understand the level of influence or versus direct control that we may have over that. But then pointing to those key partnerships, an example on the federal side would be our ability to engage through Good Neighbor Authority and FFR, right? On how to help accomplish some of those goals. So while we can't really, obviously can't direct them what to do, and really have kind of like, I guess, we're only one player in a much bigger policy arena for them as well. But we can point out those places where we can help and assign some metrics for how we would like to, grow a program, say, to address those issues, and then have the metric tied back to, okay, how did we grow that program? And then if it didn't, if we were not able to achieve that level of implementation over time, it'd be, okay, why not? And there's the explanatory piece, and maybe it's just like, there's not enough work being put forward, offered to us to do it. Or maybe there's a whole lot of work and now we don't have all the capacity we need, and that helps point to potential solutions.
Just a point of clarification, Carla, so I understand your concern. On page 4 of the handout, it lists the vision, mission, values, purpose, principles. Are you suggesting that those be listed for each goal as well? I guess I'm not.
I'm just asking that question as it relates to the different ownerships, and whether it's federal, whether it's state, whether it's private, just trying to understand that. But your explanation was helpful, Mike. Thank you.
It seems to me when we're talking at the vision level, I'm thinking about the name of the department. We're the Oregon Department of Forestry, and we're not the Oregon Department of Private and State Forests. And so at that vision level, I think we need to be mindful of that. That's really, the kind of the conversation that Governor Kitzhaber brought to us around the failures of our governance in forestry, or what he was describing there, and how in a perfect world we would be all of this would be handled on a completely different basis, and we'd be managing watersheds and so on and so forth. So and so if we're talking vision, I think we need to talk vision and not get hung up by completely by the reality of where we sit.
Yeah, Carl, I was going to say how I see these linkages to goals is, if you look at mission, it's that big bubble of what are we really responsible for? And then if you look at the vision, it's what direction do we want to go? And where do we see us in the future, given our mission? Values, I look at how we do things. For instance, one value I always get is, what's the number one rule? Follow the law. And that's a value. I mean, that's a value. It allows the department to understand how we do things. And finally, the goals are those individual items out of your mission that you need to accomplish to fulfill your mission. So that's why you get these gap analysis. Now, we don't control all the actions in that, but that's how that's how I see this flow. Now, unless my top planners differ with me, they could tell me, but that's how I envision it.
No, I mean, I agree, Cal, and the way I think about this is, again, thinking about keeping it at a really high level. And we set a vision, and it's irregardless of the land ownership. And in fact, I would suggest we don't actually go into that. We recognize and operationally that we have different authorities and different ways of influencing policy on different ownerships. But the strategic plan, the vision that we have, is the lens that we use to guide how we execute those different opportunities, those different policies and statutes, et cetera, that we have at our disposal to exercise change on those different ownerships, if that makes sense.
I'm also hearing a need to make sure there's some discernment somewhere in this that make it, for you operational and reality on what your levers of influence are, but maybe not at that top vision level, more down in the trends, the challenges, the actions. That's where you might really see that clear discernment across the different lands and ownerships. That's where this is trending, as I can tell. Okay. So we have just a few more minutes. I want to just quickly go back to Danny, because Danny's offered to kind of help the group develop this further. Do you have any questions for the group, your captive audience right now, to help you take another step with the document?
I know that you got this kind of late for a variety of reasons. So if there are changes that you think are appropriate or would like to see, I would encourage you to let me know or go through the subcommittee, and we'll work on improving it to get it to the point that you would like it to be. I think as it becomes more fleshed out, it'll also become clearer. And as we start getting actual material into the different headings, things will start to be more apparent. So that's kind of my takeaway. I don't have anything specific to ask at the moment. I got a few notes, and then we can move on from there.
Right. And Liz had her hand.
So thank you for getting us to this point, and the subcommittee and Brenda and Joe. So I feel like we're at another level once we have this document. How do y'all want the rest of the board to interact with you, and or is that something, Robin, that you're going to structure for all of us?
So that's actually a great segue to a few comments I wanted to make before we shift to the next topic. I guess, Liz, directly answering your question, the subcommittee on the board side are going to be our primary place to interface and complete work in between touch points with the full board. That subcommittee also includes executive team participation. So I'm sitting there. Mike Wilson has joined us, and we're looking to add some field representation as well. And then, of course, we've got John, Danny, and Hillary in there. Robin is kind of leading the charge and helping to facilitate, as she has done here today. The subcommittee is committed to meeting at least monthly, and those meetings will become, are going to be public. And I would just mention that kind of the next big checkpoint that we have as a group is that in April, we've got the opportunity for another board retreat on the calendar. And so that's going to be, I think, the next opportunity for a more in-depth conversation of where we've gotten with the subcommittee, and to kind of help us then move to the next step beyond there. So that's kind of the road ahead. Is that work, Robin? Yeah.
I just had a quick question. When we left it, I thought last time we had come up with a vision statement, I think, that the subcommittee was going to take back maybe for some tweaks. Is that right? And I was just curious where we were at with the vision statement.
Is in the draft. So where you've had some conversation subcommittee about how much time and energy to put into making it perfect right now, as opposed to resting on the success of a pretty collaborative engagement around establishing that first offering of a vision statement that you came up with in October. And so I think it's open to revision. I think they also recognize that spending a lot of time wordsmithing that might not be the best use of their energies, but I defer to the subcommittee if you have a different perspective on that.
No, I agree. I see it as a draft vision. I think that's what we came out with, the same interpretation you, Chandra, in the board retreat. It's a starting point. And so I think as the work progresses, we may decide to modify it potentially, but yeah, it's certainly a draft.
Is this the version that we had some conversation about scoping this with stakeholders also? Is that something that is that tie into the kitchen table conversation? Is this okay?
Yeah, and in fact, I want to just put a pin for, Carla's comment earlier about how we frame the questions is incredibly important. And so I would suggest that one of the pieces that the subcommittee and full review of the board, if we can do that, is for them to help identify what the questions are. And so that might be one of them, is let's go out and ground truth this vision statement and do it in a way that's meaningful for both you and for the communities that you're trying to reach. But I think that's a framing questions generation piece that needs to be determined by the subcommittee as a starting place.
There's one more piece I wanted to jump in with. I meant to say just a minute ago in my comments, and that is that the intent when we get together with the full board in this setting is that we have as much executive team representation as possible as well. And so I want to just thank Mike Shaw and Josh Bernard for sitting here with us today. A number of the executive team members were otherwise scheduled, I think with a meeting over at OFIC. One of the things that will happen is, so coming back to the momentum piece that we talked about earlier, is that it takes a little time for everybody to kind of understand what the conversation is and where they fit in and how they can contribute. And as we start to build that momentum, I think it will be easier for everyone around the table, including the executive team members, to have that foothold and to know when and how to jump in. And so I just appreciate the presence, which builds the context and helps us to get to that point of momentum.
I just want to chime in and say, Mike, thanks for your comments today. And Mike and Josh, please speak up in the future. We really want to hear from you and hear your views. So thanks for being here, but a little more next time. Thank you.
Thanks. So Hillary, do you have the schedule of the upcoming subcommittee meetings on hand? And if not, we can send it around later.
Presently, no, but we do have it scheduled on, I believe, the third Wednesday of every month.
Okay, yeah, so the next subcommittee meeting will be in a couple weeks, third Wednesday of every month. We'll have that schedule posted, so anybody that's interested in plugging in, you can. And you'll get summary notes from those subcommittee meetings. So there will be some continuity there, Liz, in between. It won't be like you're just getting dropped all the information in April. We really hope to keep you in the loop along the way. And if you want to engage more deeply, of course, it's totally an open door, I believe, to have folks joining, coming and going, but we may have some public meeting. Yeah, we have a quorum issue, so we have to be mindful of that. But the goal is to make sure that you're all staying apprised of what's going on with that subcommittee. So look forward to taking the next step with you all. Thanks.
All right, so we are running a little bit behind schedule. So with that, we'll start to shift gears towards the board governance conversation. I would suggest that maybe we take a very short, I'm going to say 3 minutes, so that it ends up being 5-minute break while Clark Seeley joins and gives folks a chance to just
Hey, Clark, this is Brian with the board. Can you go ahead and test your camera and mic before we get started here? Okay, thank you. Give me a little sound.
Yeah, sound check, sound check.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I think we're good to go. Okay, everything is working. We'll go ahead and shift gears here now. We are roughly 30 minutes behind schedule. We'll do our best to end close to the 12:30 point that we promised. I have been communicating with Clark by text message, so he's aware and of the situation and has graciously given us the latitude. I don't want to belabor the setup here. I'm just going to pretty much let Clark jump into it. But essentially, we're going to pick up where we left off at the board retreat on this conversation around board governance and the development of a board policy manual, recalling that we all agreed we were going to move forward with that effort. And the biggest ask that I heard at the end of the retreat was for a little bit more of a tangible look at what the end product is that we're hoping to create in the process. And Clark is joining us remotely to walk through that discussion today. So Clark, I'll turn it over to you, and thanks for coming in by Zoom.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ryan, and Chair Kelly and members of the board, State Forester Makamoto. Thanks so much for having me join you here this morning. I'm glad to be with you again. It's been several months since our last time together, and lots happened in that time, both on your front as well as here. But I think we're really poised to move forward in a great way relative to this topic. So this morning, I think if I could go ahead and have the slides begin. And yeah, we can actually go ahead and jump to slide number 2. Very good. Okay. No, back 1, please. There we go. Good. So this morning, what we'll do together is both a continuation of our time in October, as well as the decision that you all made at your board meeting in November. And we'll talk about process steps, as well as also look at some form and substance, as Ryan just said, help us paint a little bit better picture of what this thing is and kind of where we're headed and how we hope to get there. This is agenda item 10, so I know you've got this in your board materials, and you've got a copy of the PowerPoint slides that we'll use this morning as well. Next slide, please. So again, this is really a follow-up and a continuation of the October planning retreat and your November board meeting. Really just want to provide an opportunity this morning for the board and staff to discuss and deliberate and have some conversation around intentional board governance development and the approach. And in short, just a bit of the what, how, who, when of this kind of an approach. Maybe an analogy that we might use that actually the authors of our guide use is a roadmap. And today what we want to do is kind of gather around the table and lay out the map and kind of see at a fairly high level the direction we're going to be heading on this journey, and talk about this in the context of a roadmap. So let's move to our first topic. If next slide, please. So just a quick recap of October and November. At the planning retreat, I think you all had a wonderful discussion relative to this notion of board governance, and in particular, policy as the driver for developing and implementing solid board governance. You focused together on the concepts and the tenets and the values, both strategic and tactical, of formalizing Oregon Board of Forestry governance, and had, again, I thought just a terrific conversation around that. You will recall that kind of anticipating further effort at the end of your time in October, a work group of board members, Kelly and Chandra Ferrari, agreed to serve along with State Forester and then ODF staff, Ryan Gordon and Dave Larson, the Southern Oregon Area Director. And this work group will form and kind of help craft the initial language and the initial concepts and ideas for developing this board policy set, and will be much as you are doing with the forestry program for Oregon update, will work then to bring material back to the full board for consideration. Since the October retreat, Cal and Ryan and I have talked a little bit about the idea of adding a staff leader from the executive team to the work group as well. Dave Larson, of course, field exec team member, but we think it would be helpful to add a staff executive team member. And so Cal and Ryan are giving that some additional thought. That'll round out the group, I think, really well. You remember that at the October board meeting, we used a background paper that's included in your material for this meeting today as attachment 1, just as a point of reference. So again, that's there for your consideration and use either now or later on. At the November 16th board meeting, under consent agenda item F, it was essentially a summary and a recap of the October planning retreat in all respects, but it included 2 items in particular that relate to our work moving forward with governance. First of all, it included a statement that you see there on the slide about the what, and it was a decision item to move forward with the development of a formalized board governance and board policy manual, with completion anticipated near the end of 2023. And then the how was also a decision item, and that was for the board to support the state forester in securing a contractor to help coordinate and manage the process with you. And I am that person, gladly. And so that was your decision at the November board meeting, and moves us forward then into 2023 in really good shape. Let me just pause and see if there are any comments or reflections on kind of where we've been in both the October and the November timeframes.
And I've offered to be Clark's eyes in the room here. It's difficult with this medium, so I'm not seeing anyone, Clark.
Okay, we'll move forward then. Next slide, please. So our second topic for this morning is to do a 30,000-foot flyover of board policy development. And I use the word initial development here. I'll use that word really throughout the process over the next 12 months or so with you, because I never want to lose focus of the fact that what we're doing, what you will be doing, is developing the initial policy for governance for the board and the state forester. But the process of looking at and considering and tweaking and adjusting and editing and revising and updating policy is an ongoing process. And so in essence is in development nearly all the time. We're going to talk about two different notions of development, of policy development. One is kind of the model or the theory, if you will, of this notion, of this idea of board governance through policy. And the other is the practical or the practice of getting it done. And we'll use the term roadmap for that. In fact, we'll use the term the 385 roadmap. That simply means that in the framework that we're going to be using together, there are 3 stages, 8 steps, and 5 parts, and we'll look at those briefly in just a minute. First, let me touch on the model, and I'll say right now it would be a good time to mention, of course, that you now have actually both of the books at your disposal in front of you today. And the first one is the governance policy, the policy governance model booklet as a guide from the John Carver organization. And really you can use that as a 40-page booklet to simply acknowledge and kind of understand the theory and the overall model or framework of what we're talking about. And while certainly John Carver and his organization are considered by many to be the father of modern board policy development, the work that he does and the work that he has laid the groundwork now spanning over 40 years is picked up and used by many organizations across the spectrum, both public, both private and public, for-profit, nonprofit, and so forth. And while the concepts and the theory and the model are helpful and important and really foundational, of course, the big question always remains, well, how do you actually make this work? And that brings us to the second resource, which is what we'll call our roadmap. And it's the book published by consultants Fred Laughlin and Bob Andringa, and they currently are in consulting business together. After nearly a 30-year career separately, they came together about 20 years ago to form their consulting work and published the Good Governance for Nonprofits Roadmap in 2007. And again, I think for many organizations, the key here is to really see the how of this working. And so that's the idea that we'll be using, and it's the approach that we think will work so well for the board as it has for others. Again, how do we then, if this is both the theory and the practice, where do we see this really coming together? And I think one helpful perspective, it's not the only one, but one helpful perspective is one that we shared with you at the October board meeting. So if I could have the next slide, please. You remember that we talked about the fact that the notion of board policy for governance actually sits within an overall hierarchy of organizational policies. And the word policy here is in quotes because it includes things that are actually not normally considered policy per se, such as law, statute, rules, and so forth. But taken together, the idea here is simply that to make the theory and the model operational, we have to look directly at how the organization functions in all of its dimensions and respects. And in this case, it's seen as one element of the hierarchy of policy, of organizational policies. And this is a way that, again, we can look at making this tie between theory and practice and making it come together. Next slide, please. If we take a look at that and apply it to the Board of Forestry and to ODF, this is how it might look, where we see a hierarchy again from federal law at the top of the hierarchy and proceeding down through the elements that influence governance either directly or indirectly of the organization and of the board. And you see there in the highlight in the gray of the element of board policy via board policy manual or a BPM. And again, we looked at this together in October. Remember that one of the key features of this notion is that as a hierarchy, no set of policies at one level can contradict or be in conflict with policies at a higher level of the hierarchy. And that's an important key feature, of course, to keep in mind as we think about governance. Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. So let's talk about the roadmap in, again, from a kind of a 30,000-foot view. The first element of the roadmap is that there are 3 stages, or what Laughlin and Dringa call legs of the overall development process. And those are shown here on the slide. Again, we chatted about this briefly in October. Committing, developing, and integrating. So committing to the concept, developing the BPM, and then integrating the BPM into the regular rhythm and work of the board. The work of Laughlin and Andringa and their experience over their career and time has shown that obviously each of these 3 stages are important and vital to success. And in particular, the first of the 3 is incredibly important for success to come to the organization ultimately. And yet the overall process that they lay out in the roadmap is sufficient to move an organization from the present level of governance, whatever that may be. And we talked quite a bit about that in October, to where it wants to go. In other words, in their words, it actually works. They, throughout their vision and the way that they view the notion, it has to be practical and it has to be usable. And if not either of those, then the effort is wasted. And they just really, from their experience, of course, through their time, both in their original careers as well as their now consulting work on governance, these are their watchwords. They don't do anything, and they wouldn't want the organization to do anything that didn't result in something that was practicable and usable. And if done well, it will be long-lasting and serviceable. So let me just pause and see again if there are any comments or questions or discussion about this first part of the roadmap, these 3 stages.
Getting the thumbs up from everybody here in the room. I think we're
Okay.
good to keep going.
All right. Okay, good. I'll just comment and simply mention that the reason why the first of the 3 stages is checked is that we recognize that that's essentially what you all did at your November 16th board meeting. In the action and the decision you made in November is to commit to the concept. Okay, next slide, please. The next part of the roadmap is the 8, and that's 8 steps of initial BPM development. And again, for sake of your time, I won't go through each of these in detail, but I'll simply say that, frankly, what you see here is a very standard development process for virtually any kind of high-level effort initiated by an organization. And so there's nothing mysterious here, and there's certainly nothing here that would contradict how you would normally think of getting from the start of the journey to the destination of the journey, and the roadmap that we use to do that. I will make a couple of comments. One is that steps 4 and 5 are iterative, and so certainly typically multiple drafts will be worked on and created and be reviewed, and depending on the organization and the board makeup, those draft reviews may include even the full board at some point, and we'll talk about that together to see how both the work group and the full board want to proceed in that respect. But the point is simply that 4 and 5 tend to be iterative, and multiple iterations usually occur. The other point to make, given the nature of the Board of Forestry as a governing board, is that during steps 6 and 7, we're certainly going to want to include a public comment period and a public comment opportunity. And again, how we shape that and create that will be the work of the work group, with a recommendation to the board as far as how to work public comment. The last point I want to simply stress, and it's not shown on the slide here, but it is that from top to bottom, from step 1 to step 8, there needs to be and should be communication throughout the process, and that's going to take many multiple forms, not just communication, of course, within the work group itself or even the work group to the board, but we're going to need to plan for, and we want to plan for, communications externally to stakeholders, to other elements of state government, of course, both the governor's office and the executive branch, as well as the legislative side of the house. And so communications is intended to be part of the 8 steps, again, from top to bottom. And we'll talk about that in a little more detail in just a minute. So again, let me pause here and just see if there are any questions about these 8 steps.
Yeah, Ben.
This is Ben Doimling for the record. I think you kind of addressed this, but between step 7 and 8, I'm assuming there's, again, approval by the board and maybe some board feedback and revisions. I think you addressed that, but I just want to make clear, or have you maybe touch on that a little bit further, what the board's role is in there?
Yes, thanks, Ben, for sure. This is a very bare bones outline of the 8 steps. But certainly, as you just said, the extent to which the full board, the 7 members, 7 of you as the full board, are engaged in the draft review and then the final draft review and approval. That'll be something that we'll work up together as the work group initially meets and deliberates on that question. And then we'll come back to you probably at the April retreat, with a more firm recommendation about the touch points that the full board will have in draft reviews prior to final consideration and adoption. And certainly, to make clear also with your question, it is the full board, of course, that would adopt the BPM as your own policy.
I had the same question. So,
okay. Clark, I just wanted to add, this is Cal Mukamoto, State Forester.
Yeah.
Ben, I serve on a board that actively has done this BPM process for years. They're pretty effective. What I have found, because I've come into it after they've gone through all this, that we will have 2 readings. There'll first be an initial reading, comments, go back to the legal team for a review again, and then come back and we'll vote on it as a board. And it just seems to be, it doesn't take much time. It's amazing how it doesn't take much time at all. And it just continues to flow. It does give clarity to the organization on what the bumpers are in operating. And it also keeps us up to date with new developments in law, insurance, and other things. So it's a good process.
That's a great point. And I think, Cal, that speaks to the, the third stage or leg of the overall process, and that is integration and implementation. And certainly the board policies document itself actually will contain language that speaks to how that happens, as an ongoing process through time. Thank you. Other comments or discussion or conversation?
I assume that we will go through a process of really comparing this very early on with the state statutes.
Yes.
So we're in concert, with those statutes.
Yes, thanks, Carla. The answer certainly is yes, and it comes back to that hierarchy. We're ultimately going to ask for a formal review by the Department of Justice. The attorney for ODF will have a chance to weigh in as well, but we'll do significant legwork ahead of that. And that's part of my responsibility under the contract, is to do much of that initial review and comparison to both statute as well as administrative rule. And I'm going to rely upon some ODF folks to help me with that, as well as some outside agency folks, probably at Department of Administrative Services, who are connected with the Office of Boards and Commissions to help us ferret that out. The statutes and rules that apply directly to the board and the department, I'm pretty familiar with over these years. But I want to be sure that if there are statutes and language outside of ODF and Board of Forestry's organic statutes that relate to boards and commissions generally in Oregon, that we touch point with that as well and be sure that we're consistent and congruent with those kind of statutes. There is some language that the governor's office has included in boards and commission orientation training materials, which maybe you all have seen. Hopefully you have at some point in your onboarding process, that's real direct about boards and commissions and public service at this level for the state of Oregon. And it's actually really good language. And so we'll again that'll be another touch point that we'll be sure we're consistent with. Thank you, Carla. Okay, any other questions on this point?
I think we're good to move on.
Okay, great. Well, the final piece of the roadmap then, the third piece, is the 5, and it's the 5 parts of the basic board policy manual template. And the overall roadmap that Laughlin and Andringa use include 5 parts to the manual here listed on the screen and also in your board materials. Introduction, administration, organizational essentials, board structure and processes, board CEO and staff relationship, and executive parameters. And I'll just say a few words about these. Won't go into it a lot of detail right now because of time, but I'll just say that this set of 5 parts are intended to provide both the form and the substance, as Laughlin and Andringa say, to board policy. In other words, there's intention with both the substance of what's included in these 5 parts, as well as their arrangement and the form that they take. And so that's important, certainly, for us to consider both the substance as well as the form. The other point I'll make quickly is that under number 1, that title is very general, of course, Introduction Administration, as a title of the part of the policy manual. And the clarification I want to make is that by administration, what is meant is administration of the BPM and the policies themselves, not the administration of the board or of the Department of Forestry or those kind of things, but actually how does the BPM and the policies that are contained within it how is it administered through time? And there's subparts to number one, like there are to each of the 5 parts that lay out the specifics about how do you actually administer this thing that is called the BPM. The other point I'll make is that actually part 3, 4, and 5 exist as a set. They're really a subset or a unit that go together. And if you just look at the sequence here, what we're really talking about with 3 is the board itself, how it's structured, how it operates, how it works, and the processes that are included there. And then if you look at number 5, this is the direction given by the board to the executive, in this case, the state forester, for setting parameters around key and major elements of administration or management, I should say, of the agency, of the organization. And then within those 2, 3, and 5 is kind of a sandwich. Number 4 then describes the relationship between the board and the chief executive. And so you can kind of see it as a nice unit, board, relationship, and then executive direction. And it's intentional, of course, to be structured that way. And it actually really flows well when it's looked at in that respect. The other thing I'll just mention is that the roadmap allows for and considers the fact that some organizations, some governing boards may have additional policy that either is already existing that they want to bring into the BPM, or that in a future iteration, they may develop a policy that needs to be added. And if that's the case, then the roadmap simply says, okay, create part 6 and call it miscellaneous or other policies and add some there. The bit of tension that's kind of built into that is the question, when does the board actually incorporate these additional policies into the BPM itself, and when do they simply have policies that exist maybe in the hierarchy that we've talked about, but they're not a formal part of the BPM? And that's just a decision that the board needs to make at some point, along the way or over time as policy gets considered. And I can talk more about actually 2 different policies that the board has developed in just the last 2.5 years now, or 3 years, that will need to wrestle with that question. Are they brought into the board policy manual formally, or are they referenced by the BPM? And that's the other way to do it, is if you don't bring it in, then it's very possible to simply reference those other policies. And we'll just need to decide how to do that best. Let me just say real quickly, you've got in your board material, then let me talk about the basic template for a minute. You've got a copy of that as attachment 2 in your board policy, or excuse me, in your board agenda item. 2 points to make about the template. First is that this is really when it's kind of an interesting way to view the template. When all is said and done, this template actually represents Fred Laughlin and Bob Andringa's 40 plus years individually, 80 years total experience in leadership, management, and governance. And so the template language is actually an expression or an embodiment of their key understandings for particularly nonprofit organizational governance, and the recommendations and the language is their recommendations on how to proceed. So it's really significant. It's not just words on paper, and it's not certainly just boilerplate. It really expresses, their experience. And as I mentioned earlier, it also expresses what they see as both good form and good substance of a set of board policies. So that's important. But then the second piece that's equally important that they will stress throughout the process, and we will too, is that the basic template is not intended to be picked up and, name of the organization simply inserted in the blank lines and then signed off on. That's the worst possible thing that could happen. And they want every organization to work over every part and subpart and paragraph and subparagraph to ensure that it is tailored to the needs of governance for the organization. So they see it as a starting point, which is a perfect way to see it, but know that with an intent that it be fully tailored, but know that that starting point has behind it significant substance over, a number of years. So I think that's probably an important point to make. Let me just stop there and see if there are any questions about these 5 parts and kind of the overall notion of the template.
Just one quick comment that I would hope we would start with. Every board I'm on has lessened the number of committees they have had over the last 10 and 15 years. I went onto one board, they had 12 committees. We took it down to 3. And I don't think I serve on a board today that has 2 is common, 3 is max. And especially with a board like this where we're meeting so often and we have so many assignments, that's really important, or you lose, you can't keep up with your schedules.
Absolutely, Carla. I couldn't agree more. And I think you'll actually see that echoed in both Carver and Laughlin and Andringa, frankly. I don't know if I can totally summarize it as less is better, but I know Carver thinks that, and he's pretty ruthless about it, frankly. And so I think your point is really well taken. And the challenge, frankly, folks, for you is that at least as I see your work and know your work pretty well over all these years. When the board was reconstituted in 1987 to its current composition with the current number of members at 7, that was a dramatic change, both for the Board of Forestry, and it was actually kind of a sweeping initiative that crossed much of state government. And while I understand the reasons why many of those decisions were made, in hindsight, I look back and I think, oh gosh, 9, 11, or 13 folks would have been a bit better for the ability of the board to conduct its work and do its governance effort. 13 may be too high a number, but 9 is an awfully good sweet spot for particularly nonprofit organizations. And it provides the opportunity for some delegation of responsibility and duties in committee work, but still obviously maintains a size that is, collegial and manageable and so forth at a full board level. So I think this is going to be a real important part of our development process, your development process over this next year, is to really think about and focus and talk and decide how you want to address work that needs to be addressed and done at something less than the full board. But how do you do that and still, as you said, Carla, first of all, just maintain sanity, and also keep work-life balance in mind, and not put people to a point where the effort is detrimental. So it's going to be real important for us to think through that together. I've got some ideas about how we might do that in a kind of a hybrid way, but we'll chat about that along the way. But great point.
Clark, one other thing I just quickly mentioned,
Go ahead.
quickly mention, looking at the template, the organization essentials, we talked today about parallel processes and where things fit together. And there's a whole section here, where really the strategic planning work that we're doing, the mission, vision, values, et cetera, fit in. And so I just wanted to highlight that and also recognize that that's going to be a work in progress.
Yes.
We're doing this.
Yes. Great point, Ryan. And that's exactly right. that's where that statement comes in. And the reason that Carver and Laughlin and Dringa recommend including that kind of language, even though it may exist in other plans and organizational efforts, like it will with the forestry program for Oregon, and does now, even with the current FPFO, is that they want to ensure that that the governing board, through its use of the BPM, never takes its eye off of those core elements of the organization, those essentials, as they call them. And yes, it'll be a bit redundant with other documents, but again, there's a purpose, there's a method behind that that keeps it front and center and squarely in the vision of the board moving forward. So thank you.
Clark, I'm curious about how this finished product will integrate with our new member orientation process. And I'll make this a two-part question. When some of us came on the board 4.5 years ago, there really was no new member orientation. I think we were given a copy of the forestry program for Oregon. That was about it. And then we complained about that before new members came on. And I believe we have a fairly robust process now with various materials and other orientations. How familiar are you with the current process and materials that are shared?
I am not real familiar with the current materials, Jim, so I'll need to certainly get up to speed with you all on that. But I would say simply that what you've just described is intended to be actually part of and written into the BPM itself in Part 3. Part 3 has a subpart that talks about new member orientation, and that's where we'll be able to describe this process and codify it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay, any other questions on this piece?
I think we can proceed.
All right, let's go ahead and go to the next slide, please. The other piece that you might find useful at this stage is to actually see some real world examples. And so I've provided two for you here as samples, and these are in your board materials. They're attachment 3 and attachment 4. And they're two BPMs of current organizations, current BPMs. I'll just speak on each of them briefly because they have some a little bit different characteristics that I think are valuable to see. The Society of American Foresters embarked on this process in late 2014, and then completed their first development in the middle of 2015. And interestingly, to me at least, is that SAF is an organization founded in 1900, and so at the time that this was on the radar, the organization was 115 years old. To the best of my knowledge, looking through history, the notion of a coalition or a collating rather of board level governance policy had never occurred in that history in the life of the organization. But there was much talk around the board table very often about unwritten policy or the unwritten rules, or this is the way we do it, and so on and so forth. And some of that you could find in some written documents, but some of it you couldn't. And for the policy that the SAF did have, and do have today even still, most of it was operational policy, and rightfully so, and good stuff. But to squeeze out and find governance related policy was often either a challenge or simply not written down. So the board, the SAF board, is a 14-person board, widely diverse in its makeup, in all respects, actually. And so they embarked on this process. They are now 7 years later in their 5th major revision and continue to use the BPM through their process. They had a fairly typical, nonprofit board structure with, the board, certainly 14-member board, which included their officers as well as district board members or directors, and then, of course, a fairly traditional organizational model with a CEO and, executive staff below the chief executive. So that was all fairly standard. The interesting thing about the SAF policy manual is that, again, we used the base template as the starting point, but I actually ended up doing a fair amount of tailoring. And I don't know if I quite go as far as to say it's highly tailored, but it's somewhere in between moderate to high tailoring. And you can see that in a couple different places in their BPM. One example is they included a major subsection called transparency, which is not in the basic BPM template. And it's actually really well done, and might be something to consider, of course, as we move forward too. So anyway, it's a solid BPM, has served them well, continues to at this point. And they also included a part 6. So they did in fact identify 2 board policies. These are not SAF policies, these are board policies, one on ethics and one on diversity and inclusion. And again, felt like they needed to be part of the BPM. Okay, so switching gears, the other is a very current, recently developed BPM that Fred Laughlin shared with me for a nonprofit organization. I don't know the particulars of the organization actually, but Fred said that they just wrapped up their work this past year, 2022. And as you look at it and kind of compare it, you'll see that they tended to use more of the base template as their language. They certainly tailored it here and there, but I'd say that their tailoring was kind of in the moderate camp. And so you can see that as a reference point. One of the revelations, I suppose, if you want to call it this, is, and we talked about this in October, as you look at both of these samples, you'll see that the SAF BPM is 16 pages total, and the second sample is actually 13 pages total. Now, they included some addendums in their document, but the actual BPM itself is only 13 pages. So, to my mind, we come back to Laughlin and Andringa's watchwords of practicable and useful or usable. And we're not talking about a 4-page or 4-inch binder. And we're talking about something that I think is both practicable and usable. So let me just pause here and see if there are any questions or thoughts about the 2 samples that you've got. I'm keeping an eye on the clock as you are. So let me go ahead and, was there a comment?
I'm not seeing any. I'm seeing pages flipping. But
okay, good.
No
That's
hands
good.
up.
Okay, good. Well, next slide, please. So the 4th topic for today was just to talk briefly about the project scope of work and overall plan. As we've kind of envisioned this project with the board and the agency, we've split it into 4 phases, and they're described here on the slide. You also have a little bit more detailed scope of work in the agenda item. It's attachment number 5. And if you haven't had a chance to see that yet, you might want to browse that at some point, because what we did there was also kind of describe the description or included the description of the phase, plus the timing generally, and then the deliverables that are intended for each of the 4 phases. Again, nothing here that's out of the ordinary or that you wouldn't expect in terms of overall project work. The first phase is initiation, scoping, and assessment. The second phase is kind of the heart of the development of the initial governance policy. The third phase is approval or adoption by the board, happening, of course, at a board meeting. And then the fourth phase is initial implementation and integration of the board policy into the rhythm and kind of the life of the board moving forward. If we kind of take the current thinking and look at the span of time, 11 to 12 months, so over the course of this calendar year is kind of envisioned. I think frankly, folks, I think that this particular process can not only fit within your other work that, as you said earlier this morning, parallel efforts, and it can fit within that. But I'll be honest and say that, as the time crunch may occur with your schedule for meeting work and even subcommittee work over the course of 2023, we can pace this governance effort, to either speed up or slow down relative to the other work that you all have. I feel real confident about being able to do that. I know we don't want to stretch this. There's no reason to stretch this out for years and years, and we don't want to do that. But I'm just saying that the flexibility of timing for this probably fits within your mindset and maybe mine as well, a bit better than maybe some of the other items that you've got. Obviously, some of them are even legally mandated. So all that to say that I think the schedule for how we work through this together depends primarily on your own work, the other work that you have for this year, and also the sequence of board meetings and so forth. Let me just pause there and again see if there are any questions about the overall scope of work and the plan, and then we'll close up with next steps.
So I'm not seeing any here in the room.
Okay, all right. Well, the next slide, please. So next steps here, literally from this point, are that the consulting contract is in place, and I'm underway, have been underway with Ryan and with Cal and with Jim over the time since the October planning retreat, and just been doing some behind the scenes work in terms of scoping. And so that's all happening right now within phase 1. And it will begin to do more of the scoping and some background development, document review, kind of higher order other policy review that we talked about earlier with Carla's question. And I'll be doing that work over the next month or so, foundational work. We'll also obviously initiate the meetings of the work group that has been formed and get that work underway. Part of the phase 1 also includes an opportunity for me to meet one-on-one with each of the board members and the state forester in just a conversational time, maybe 45 to 60 minutes. We can do those over the phone or do those via Zoom, whichever you prefer. And just a time for me to engage with each of you personally and kind of get your sense of the board from a governance perspective at this point, maybe relay some history that may be helpful for you to articulate. And then also, of course, want to get your thinking about going forward, looking forward, and what your best hopes are for this effort as we proceed. And then the fifth item under phase 1 is just some additional conversations and communications that I'll have with some other key external players. And that list is not exhaustive yet, but it would include actually other key leadership staff, executive team staff. So external to the board, but maybe internal ODF with some key exec team members. I want to touch base with the governor's natural resource policy staff and office, kind of let them know what's up, what's happening. And as I mentioned earlier, also do the same with the Department of Administrative Services, Boards and Commissions office, again, to just apprise them of where we're at. I'll make a quick touch point at some fairly soon with Department of Justice, with the attorney for the department, and again, probably with the DAS director as a heads up, let them know what's happening and why and where we're headed, and then some form of legislative touch point. And I'll certainly ask for input from Jim and Cal on who the right folks might be to talk to. Again, primarily at this early stage, just a heads up to let them know what's happening. So that set of communications will be all part of phase one here. And then finally, you have delivered to you yesterday the Carver booklet and the Good Governance book, and then the basic template for the roadmap is included in the materials. And I'll just make a quick recommendation on the books. If you are interested in the theory and the overall model, the Carver booklet is actually a really good summary of the entire ball of wax, so to speak. You know, Carver's seminal work on this is the book, Boards That Make a Difference. And if you have been familiar with that book in the past and maybe even used it or read it, it's a full plate. The guidebook is taken from that. It's a distillation of it. It's one of 6 guidebooks that Carver produced actually about 4 years after he wrote his book. And I think he simply also recognized the need for a bit of distillation of the concept. So it's a good way to get into the model overall and the theory. And so I would recommend that if you are of a mind in that way. And then secondly, I would suggest that all of the board read at least the first 5 chapters of the Good Governance book, and that's about 60 pages. And it's the first 5 chapters are the roadmap. The rest of the book, actually about 2/3 of the book, is the template in detail. So Laughlin and Andringa take their template and they provide detailed commentary on each of the parts of the template and subparts all the way through. So the work group is going to need to read the entire Good Governance book, but I would suggest that, again, if you have a mind of wanting to get familiar with it early on, that you read the first 5 chapters of the Good Governance book. I kind of described the commentary in chapters 6 through 10 in the Good Governance, if we're keeping this whole analogy of the journey and the roadmap. Chapter 6 through 10, which is the commentary on the template, is kind of the GPS. So you may not need the GPS yet, and eventually we all will, but to get started, just seeing the roadmap would be helpful. So I think our next full engagement probably more likely will be at the April 26-27 board meeting that Ryan mentioned earlier. I'll work with Hillary and staff to set up the one-on-one conversations with you all at the schedule that works well for you. And just want to open it up for any comments or questions or for conversation.
Thank you. This is Ben Doimling for the record. I'm looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to seeing the results of this, and sounds like a great project. I think I get the picture here, but I guess a couple things that I'm curious if they're in here. Being one of the newer board members, the new board member orientation that I went through was phenomenal, and I feel like I learned a lot of the stuff that probably will be in here. but there's a handful of things I think are still missing, and I think have to do with sort of board etiquettes, board member etiquettes, roles and responsibilities of the boards, do's and don'ts in the way we relate to the outside world or the legislature, our role as part of the executive branch. Is that all going to get worked out in this BPM?
The short answer, Ben, is yes, it is.
Cool.
And it's going to be in part 3. It's going to be spoken to principally in part 3 of the BPM.
Great. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, exactly. And I guess maybe let me just comment one other point, because I really appreciate hearing your thoughts about the orientation you received. That's wonderful. And what I would envision then is very much that, with some review and possible tweaking, but maybe not, that whole orientation, the current orientation that you just talked about and that Chair Kelly mentioned as well, is simply picked up and again codified and placed into the BPM as the policy of the board for orientation. And then it becomes part of your governance approach.
Yeah.
So I think, oh, excuse me.
Oh, I was just saying exactly. That's why I felt it was important that you become familiar with the materials, and I think also appropriate to, since there has been such a significant change over the last few years from what we had to what we have today, to give some kudos to Hillary, who has been critical in making all that happen.
Wonderful. That's wonderful.
So, thank you very much for this presentation. These meetings seem to go in a way where I think they're just getting wildly behind schedule and then we'll never be able to pull it together. And then sometimes magically, we're just about going to end up on time. Does anybody else have any comments?
I'll just real briefly say thank you, Clark, and thanks for helping us to end on time. We'll look forward to hopefully seeing you in person in April, I think, at the retreat. And certainly let's connect and work together on the communications, particularly as we're going into the 23 legislative session. We've got a transition in the governor's office, so it might take us a little while to track down some of the folks you're looking for. But
yeah, exactly. Who's doing what? Right. Can I leave you with 2 thoughts? Briefly, I've got 1 minute, I think, Jim, if I can leave you with 2 thoughts.
You bet.
The first is, and this is going to be, I don't know, this may or may not be a challenge for you individually or not, but I think at top of my mind, besides the practicable and useful or usable watchwords of Laughlin and Andringa, is that this, in fact, is the Board of Forestry's effort. This is, in fact, your roadmap. These will be your policies, not the Department of Forestry's, not the state foresters. This is your effort, and it's going to be your journey. We're all here to help support, and the key linkage with the agency, of course, is through the state forester, and the BPM will have a lot to say about that. But at the end of the day, this is in fact your effort, your policy, and your roadmap. So that's just as we move forward, I think it'll be helpful for us to keep that front of mind. And the second is, again, and Cal's already mentioned this with his board service with Southwest Oregon Community College. We're going to be establishing together, and what you're going to be establishing as the board is an effort that will be and needs to be living and everlasting through time. And so just like with strategic planning, the worst possible failure is to go through the process, complete the plan, and then place it on the shelf. And so we'll establish a system and a process at the stage 3, the leg 3 of the roadmap, the integration piece that will hopefully ensure that the BPM and board policy is a living entity. So thank you for that.
Thank you again. Looking at our audience, which has gone down to one. I think we've driven pretty much everybody away almost. So it must be time to adjourn this Board of Forestry meeting. Thank you all for coming. And we're going to have box lunches, I guess, in the Clatsop room. All right.